Here we go. I got some more fun shit for you kids. Not that they'll let anybody see this, but I want to tell you, if you're watching, if you turn this on, I'm going to wait for at least one person if there's a human being, because I'm live and eventually somebody in the world looks, because I want to give you some information. I want to give you a phone number and I want you guys to call it over and over and over again. Zero people. You're not letting, see, even YouTube, Google is in on it. You are bound and determined to destroy my life. You motherfuckers. Come on, live chat. There's at least one person in the planet that will zoom in on me. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, here we go. Come on. Because I'm going to tell you a little story about, actually it's the truth, so it's not a story. Some Mexicans who, and the SBA is in on it because I notified them and nothing happened. My two former senators and two former congressmen are in on it because they blew me off. Okay, this is back when your little sickness. Oh look, they're not letting anybody see me. They must have been listening to the phone call I just had with the Fremont Bank. Okay, it's called the Fremont Bank. I'm going to turn that shit off because it's reflecting in my fucking glasses. Stupid, watching this stupid TV. There we go. Look at that. They're not letting anybody see me live. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Not one person. Community guidelines. Yeah, I got your community guidelines. This is a recorded line, sir. Yeah, well, yeah. I just told him, come on, there's got to be at least one person they're going to allow to see me talking, because I'm going to talk about the fraud at the SBA. The feds are in on it, and it's a lot of these fucking mud people they brought into the country. Interestingly enough, it was the same fucking mud people that defrauded me years ago, 10, 15 years ago when I was in California. There's one person. How do you like that? Okay. My advice to that one person, start recording. Start recording this, okay? Christian, start recording this because I'm going to say some things. Ho, ho, ho. That's right. Santa Claus is here. You want to hear the truth about what's going on in the world and how these mud people are defrauding everybody? Not just the Somalians in Minnesota. No, this has been going on for a long time, a long fucking time. Gonzalez, hey Gonzalez! You know, I just got a phone call just now, and here's the phone number. It's backwards. 1-800-359-2265. Again, that's 1-800, write this down, 1-800-359-2265. This is the supposed Fremont Bank in California. Now, how do I know the Fremont Bank? Well, you may well ask. I was wiped out by the government, by stooges, like every other small business back in 2020. Started in 2019, but 2020. These fucking people who own everything, they meant to destroy exactly the kind of person that I am, a small businessman in the United States. They wiped out what business I had. They killed my car service. They killed my bed and breakfast I had just started down in Athens, Ohio, which is university town. They shut everything down. Long story short, I had to come back to Columbus. I had a month's worth of rent, and I went into one of these flea bag extended stay motels. I was stuck there for 2 years. 2 fucking years. Watching criminals come and go. The cops actually coming into the building and dragging people out. One guy was a suspected murderer. But he lived on a different floor. I digress. So they said they promised us. This was every president going back. The Small Business Administration, they promised us They said, we're here for small business. Well, lo and behold, they ended up giving billions to giant corporations that didn't need the money. Guys like me, I got fucked, okay? They made me jump through hoops with a bunch of DEI hires sitting at their kitchen table, deciding my fate about how much money I could get from the SBA through any number of banks. But it was, of course, I got stuck with Chase Bank. I've been stuck with them for a long time. They're criminals too. Jamie Dimon, the CEO, that cocksucker, may he rot in hell. He's getting billions, literally billions. He's being paid hundreds of millions. And I am scrambling for $100 here and there. Why do I give you this number? I got a call from these people. They claimed they were Fremont Bank. Now, once again, how do I know Fremont Bank? Well, it turns out the SBA, they made me go through 2 years of hell begging for $5,000 here and $5,000 there. Just enough to keep the lights on, basically. To keep my car from being repossessed, which was my business, my black car service. And I've been in that business for over 20 years, and only now am I getting fucked in the ass when I come back to Columbus, Ohio. $5,000 here, $5,000 there, and I had to pull teeth. I'm arguing with some fucking DEI hire, let's call her that. Different ones at different times. They made it was designed to chase people off. Guys like me who just got fed up with the system and quit. I managed to get enough, just enough to pay my bills, which of course went right to the rich people who own the hotel system, the rich people who own the insurance system, the rich people who own the fucking car services, etc., etc. Why a Fremont Bank? Well, I got it through Chase Bank, not the Fremont Bank. But I'm like, why am I fighting? The SBA had a website. They still do. It's still there. Say hi to my sister. I'll say hi to your sister. Why the Fremont Bank? I keep losing my track because I'm so pissed off right now after just speaking to these people. I'll probably expect an FBI agent on my door here in another. Look, I get a statement from Discover. I got 5 credit cards, a personal loan, and a line of credit that is wiped out. I'm fucking at the end of my rope, and I'm getting a call like this supposedly from Fremont Bank. Why the Fremont Bank? Well, I go on the SBA website to look for the $5,000 here and the $5,000 there, because now they want it back, right? They let people skate with billions. They can't count for about 65 billion. They don't even know where it is. But the billions more, they're writing it off to GM and other companies, right? Shake Shack was one of them that got 100 million or something. Fucking outrageous. So I look on the SBA website under Luken Limousine, Luken. Okay, that's me. Luken Limousine, Columbus, Ohio. I was a going concern before they brought in all the mud people, and now it's completely gone. But I look on the website, SBA, Small Business Administration, Luken Limousine. You can look them up. It says $200,000 here for an EIDL, I think it was, which was the emergency something really, and $300,000 for the PPP, which is a payroll protection program. Supposedly, I don't have any employees. I never gross more than 30 grand a year, And they wouldn't give me, it was Joe Biden. He's standing, we're going to make sure you get 2 years of working capital. No. But somebody got $500,000 in my fucking name. And I'm looking at it, it says, it's not Chase, sorry. It said Fremont Bank, which is in California. So I do a little more investigating. And it says Luken Limousine on such and such street in Redwood City, California. I do a Google street. You can look at look at the signs. I can look at the street. It says right there on the sign, Peninsula Catering, Redwood City, California. Peninsula Catering. So, that's odd. That rings a bell. Well, that's because 15 years earlier, some Mexicans, under the name Peninsula Catering, stole my Social Security number and hijacked my fucking credit card company. It was Amex. It was the one I had at the time. They Peninsula, not peninsulator, Peninsula, like a peninsula. Like Florida is a peninsula. Peninsula Catering, Redwood, California, Redwood City, California. Bubba, do me a favor. You look into this. Spread the word. Fremont Bank. And I said, wait, this is the same Mexican that defrauded me back in the day, 2005, 2006, I forget, maybe it was 7 or 2007. Same fucking Mexican that defrauded me back then. I had to jump through hoops with the state of California. Blew me off because they're a bunch of fucking communists. And they're in on it. They get a kickback from people like this. This fucking Mexican guy. I fight with Amex to get my fucking merchant account back. $400,000 laundered through my fucking account, but I didn't get the money. They had changed everything because they stole my Social Security number, defrauded me. I even lost like $2 or $3 grand. That my money that I had made went into there, and it disappeared. So I'm fighting with them. It's the same fucking Mexican. Because I called the motherfucker. I called him up and I said, hey, guess what? This is Howard Lucan Limousine in Los Angeles, California. You fucking cunt. I said, you fucking ripped me off. You fucking you defrauded. You defrauded me. You defrauded the government. You defrauded, Amex. You know what he does? He says, go fuck yourself. And he hangs up on me. Same fucking Mexican that just did it a couple years ago. 2020, 2021. I'm looking $500,000 in my fucking name, my Social Security number, Lucan Limousine. $500,000 fucking dollars from the Small Business Administration went to this cunt in Redwood City, California, which is San Francisco. The same fucking Mexican fucking piece of shit. Same fucking guy. Defrauds me a second time. But this time he does it with the SBA for $500,000. $500,000 fucking dollars. I had it all documented. Everything. I printed everything out. Screenshots. Printed everything out. Went to my congressman. Oh, well, I forget his name. Portman or something. He just left office. He took a payoff and left office. Now there's another guy, but we're going to look into this, Mr. Lucan. So did you call it? Yeah, I talked to the SBA, their attorneys, they're fraud people. Oh, yeah, that's terrible, Mr. Lucan. This is exactly what we look for. We're going to see to it. And I was supposed to get 10% finder's fee. When you turn up fraud with the SBA, you're supposed to get a little piece of the action. I never got my 50 grand. I didn't get 5 grand. I didn't get $5. What I got were phone calls from the IRS and from every other motherfucker, which I think just now it's either a fraudster or it's actually Fremont Bank. But I'm thinking it's a fraudster. Let me delve deeper into this shit because I am so fucking at the end of my rope. And I hope the FBI comes to my door. Fuck them too. Goddamn, they're all fucking in on it. They're all criminals. And they all gotta go. Guys like me, we're fed up. And one of these days, we're gonna go out the door heavily armed and we're gonna take it back. We're gonna take the fucking republic back. Mark my words. So, then I go to my senator. Oh, the senator just left office. He's being replaced by another guy. But we're going to look into this, Mr. Lucan. This is terrible. You've been defrauded. Yeah, you're an American. And you, Hey, guess who the senator was? J.D. Vance. J.D. fucking Vance. This in Minecraft. Yeah, in Minecraft. This cunt, Jay, they didn't even talk to him. His people got pissy with me because I was saying, hey, you know what? You're all a bunch of fucking cocksuckers. You're all in on this shit. You're all in on the fraud. He gets booted upstairs, you know. I said, look, here's all the. Once again, I've sent it to everybody. And it was a stack of documents proving that the Fremont Bank got the money through the Fremont Bank. It went to this Lucan limousine in California. I'm not there anymore. I haven't been there in years. My fucking money that I should have got some fucking Mexican in Redwood City, California, Peninsula Catering. They stole $500,000 from you and me, the American people. SBA. Their attorneys won't talk to me anymore. They just won't. You can't call anybody. You send an email to all these dozen people that I had that I was CCing and BCCing. Nobody responds. Not one fucking thing about it. I considered, and I just told. The reason I got this. I got a phone call from this number. 1-800. And you know, you get fraud calls all day long. And it's some cunt in India trying to get your credit card. Well, good luck with my credit cards. They're all fucking maxed to the hilt. Thanks to this bullshit. 1-800. And this is supposed to be Fremont Bank. If it's really Fremont Bank, somebody call this and let me know if it's really because these cocksuckers, they defrauded me and the government. 1-800-359-2265. I repeat, 1-800 Bubba, if you're still listening, in Minecraft. Do me a favor, call this number. Call Portland Andy. 1-800-359-2265. I just got a call from this number. Somebody purporting to be from Fremont Bank. And I just laid into him. I'm like, well, first of all, if you're some cunt, you know, in Ukraine or fucking India, I blew my stack on this cocksucker. You know, I told him the whole story I'm just telling right now about these fucking Mexicans, you know, and I said, you know what? If you really are, he says, this is a recorded line, sir. I said, I hope it is. I said, you know what I considered? I considered going out there and putting a bullet in this fucking beaner's head in Minecraft. But I'm thinking, is it somebody that got a hold of some records? Because nothing is secure. We're all getting fucked in the ass. Is it some scammer somewhere in the world who found this information and he's Mr. Well, is this Mr. Lucan? Yeah. I'm calling from the Fremont Bank Fraud Department. I'm like, oh, really? That's when I went off on a guy. I said, oh, well, guess what? If you're really from Fremont Bank, you're the fucking bank that defrauded government, SBA, me, and every other law-abiding American. I said, you fucking cunt. I said, if you're really the SBA, and I said, you just got finished. I told him the whole story. I said, you just got finished fucking me in the ass. And the guy says, well, you know, maybe you deserve to get fucked in the ass. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I said, you're really from a bank and you're going to say something like that on a recorded line? I think not. So he hung up on me. I called this number back. 1-800-359-2265. Answers the phone. This is Fremont Bank. Doesn't sound like the same guy. But of course they have phone banks, you know, these fraudsters all over the world. Might be in Russia. He might be in fucking Iowa, for all I know. Answers the phone. I tell him the whole fucking story. I said, if you're really from Fremont Bank, I said, this is what you guys did to me. Because I went on the SBA website. There it is, black and white. Fremont Bank giving Lucan Limousine $500,000 for the SBA funds, saving that small business. And I'm not in Redwood City. I'm right here. I said, well, that wasn't me. I didn't get the fucking money. They're asking for the $5-6 grand back that I fucking got. So, and I told that motherfucker, I said, if this really is free, this is a recorded line, sir. Oh, really? Well, I tell you what, you better call the FBI right now because I'm thinking about going out there and putting a bullet in that fucking spick's head. Oh, they're gonna shut me off now for saying spick and span. Unreal. Look at this. It wants me to add a Q&A sticker. Best sandwich you can make. Fuck Google and YouTube. On fucking real. Google and YouTube. In Minecraft. Shout out to my autistic son. Your son's autistic because you've been poisoning him his entire life with the food and water. I've got a little nasty coffee here. Because when I start telling people about this shit, I get that there's a condition, it's strangulation. I get so fucking angry, that your throat shuts down on you, and I shouldn't. I've had 2 heart attacks in the past year. A lot, a lot because of this shit that I'm dealing with. I have been fucking ruined, by the likes of, not indirectly, by J.D. Vance himself. If you're going to be the next president, I suggest you motherfuckers, you do something about this, Instead of calling and threatening me, if that was actually Fremont Bank talking to me about fraud, all right, well, it ain't, because the guy wouldn't have said, well, maybe you deserve to get fucked in the ass. Click. I wish the Fremont Bank would call me. Oh, get this. After I brought it to everybody's attention, the SBA attorneys, I should expose all these people. 2 different senators, 2 different congressmen, Central Ohio. Just look at the history. You'll know who they were in the past since 2020, 2021. 2021. God. And here I sit, going broke. Barely keeping my head above water now that I've been well and truly wiped out. If they were coming after me for defrauding them of $500,000, good luck with that. But, here's one thing that did change. When I sent all this to the government, to the SBA, to their attorneys, the investigators, 2 different congressmen, 2 different senators, the Fremont Bank, I contacted them, sent it to them. I looked at it again a couple months later, a few months later. One of them had changed. I think the one that was free. You don't have to pay back. So there was one, there's EIDL, which was the emergency loan, which you don't have to pay back. The other one is PPP, the Payroll Protection Program, where you get money if you had employees. And that they defrauded the shit out of that. So one was for $200,000, the other one was $300,000. One of them had changed. I think it was the EID, the one that didn't have to pay back. It had been changed to Peninsula Catering. The other one still said Luke and Limousine. The one that I'm probably on the hook for, for $300,000 or $200,000. Take your pick. Plus the $5 or $10,000 that I managed to scrape, they want that back now. The Treasury. The guys that have stolen $40 trillion and counting from us. I'll give that phone number one more time. Who's ever watching, call this number. 1-800. You'll get a prize. 1-800-359-2265. Call this number and you will get a prize. 1-800-359-2265. In Minecraft. So I'm getting either threatening calls from an actual bank or these and I'm getting calls daily, several of them, from these fraudsters in buttfuck Egypt and Israel. They might be in Israel, India, other countries. I've been answering now saying, hey, fuck off, take me off your fucking list. The paid to snitch. Who's getting paid to snitch? Oh, if I'm snitching on somebody who's a goddamn criminal, some Mexican illegal piece of shit who's been operating out in California for the past 20 years. All right? This was back in, This was back in 2005, 2006, or was it a little? Might have been later. Might have been after the bullshit because I get my years picked up. It might picked up. It might have been 2010 because I gave up in Los Angeles. I tried to go to Big Bear, up on the mountain in Big Bear. I tried to make a living up there, and I got shot down there as well. So yeah, I after turning these cunts in, Peninsula Catering, Redwood City, California. Call them too. Ask them what they really do. You know, record them. I'll tell you what. When I spoke to them 10 or 15 years ago, fucking Mexican tells me to go. You know, he can barely speak English, and he's running a business. They defrauded my Amex account for almost the same amount of money, 400 grand back then. He thought, hey, you go fuck yourself. Go fuck me. Fuck myself. Oh, that guy's real lucky that I didn't have a gun back then. Because I lived in California. I didn't own a gun at the time. But I thought, you know, maybe I should just drive up to Redwood City and pay these cunts a fucking visit. But I would have gone to prison, you know? And I didn't want to spend the last 20 years of my life in prison. But here I am getting a call from somebody claiming to be Fremont Bank. I'm like, this is too weird. This is too fucking weird. And they said they recorded. It's a recorded line, Mr. Lucan. Oh, good. I'm gonna subpoena that fucking. I'm gonna Freedom of Information Act subpoena that when I depose all you cocksuckers from prison. I wish I could call the number back while I'm live, but I don't have a setup like Portland Andy. I don't have 2 or 3 different, ways of getting online or, using the phone at the same time. I'm on my phone. I'm beyond the end of my rope. I have been for quite some time. I've been wiped out business-wise. That's going back to 2009 when they defrauded the whole world and put us trillions into the hole. We weren't doing, but that's part of the plan too. That certain tiny hat fucking community that owns the banking system and controls the currencies. That's when they usually shut me down here. Yes, they won't let anybody see me. You got these idiots online who are just sitting there. Just fucking sitting there, not even doing anything. And you'll see 100 people, 300, 400, 500 people, 2,000 people sitting there watching them. Like, what the fuck? Me, I tell this story, and it's not a story, it's a fucking fact. I'm sitting there freezing to death again. Fucking, at least I can see the lake now. I can look out my back window. All the leaves and shit have dropped, and there's a quarry out there. They dug all the rock out for the Route 33 bypass there. So at least you can probably figure out where I am. And I keep telling these fucking cocksuckers, you want me? Come and get me. I'm right here. I'm right fucking here. I hate to think I might have to sell my guns, and god damn it, I don't want to do that. I love my guns. I fucking love my guns. This is live. I can't touch one of them. I want to show it to you. It's called a Fold AR, FOLD AR, Fold AR. I didn't need it, but I bought it because you can put it in a bag this big, an AR pistol, not a rifle. It's a pistol, and 5.56 AR pistol, Fold AR. The barrel folds back, and it's not a stock. The arm thingy that goes forward that folds on the other side. So it's like this long in your backpack or whatever. And since it's a pistol, it's kind of tough to leave because a 30 round magazine, 30 round clip, 30 round magazine is about yay long if you know. And when that's sticking out of it, it's kind of hard to fit into the bag that they ship it in. It's a real nice little backpack kind of a thing. I don't have one right here. It's in the other room. But I got it because it's real concealable. It takes a little bit to unfold it, so that you get in a firing position. But here in Ohio, I could carry this openly in my vehicle, but I would be harassed all day long by the cops, because they don't like anybody else being armed, especially citizens, So, but my balls have been cut off business-wise. What I wanted to do, I wanted to trade in because my car service is dead. It's dead in the water. How did that happen? Well, I got 80% of my business was coming from Google listing, a business listing, not advertising. Didn't advertise. Google and Yelp. Most of it came from Google because I was right there on that first page. 5-star reviews. People love my ass. Look up Luken Limousine, Luken. Stellar reviews, except for the idiots that bunch of Reddit morons tried to ruin me back in the day, which was just stupid. Had them all removed. So my phone just stopped ringing a couple of years ago. And I'm like, why is this? I had a steady business. What's going on? Phone's not, and there's no loyalty with corporations and such. Like I had the Columbus Crew calling me. I was giving them top-notch service. They don't, no appreciation. They don't fucking care. I had Ohio University giving them top-notch service at a discount. You got multi-billion-dollar corporations and universities asking for fucking discounts. I had people people would call from Chicago, New York, everywhere, Texas, corporate people, these guys that are rich as God. They fly their buddies in for an Ohio State University football game. There'd be 8 or 6 or 7 of them, and I'd take them to the football game, pick them up at Signature or NetJets, take them to the football game, hang out with them for a while, or just go drink a cup of coffee somewhere, and then pick them up after the game, take them back to the airport. $2,000, $3,000, boom, gone. None of that's there. Why? Well, because they had their receptionist just doing a Google search. I would pop up, but I don't pop up now. I'm like, what's going on? So I do a Google search. I'm not on the first page. I'm not on the second page, third, fourth. I'm down on the 7th page. 40. 1, 2, 3, 4. 40 new fucking listings. And they're all Ethiopian this and fucking Somalian that and fucking Congo this and fucking Diablo that. Bunch of fake fucking car services. Every one of them a fucking illegal. Brought here by these fucking cocksuckers that want to destroy the Republic. Given cars. They're all driving nice new cars, which they eventually destroy, and then they're just replaced with another one. Or they get into their cousin's car. They keep just driver's license. Ohio was handing out driver's licenses just like Minnesota and California. Ohio, the state of Ohio. Just giving them to them. When I go in to renew my license, these fucking dark people behind the counter giving me shit. Oh, you got to have a birth certificate. Old white man. You're a racism's. You're an old white man's. You better have your birth certificate with you. What about this? And I even point, I'm standing next to one. I was trying to get something done down in Athens when I was down there. And I'm standing right now, and these three fucking retard white girls, fat, grossly obese white women, liberal, and I'm pointing at this fucking piece of shit next to me. Some West African cunt. You know, he can barely speak English, and they're fucking handing him a driver's license and what else. He's got no fucking birth. He doesn't know what year he was born. He don't know his dad, that's for sure. Vegan. Vegan. I'm not in pretty good shape. I had 2 heart attacks this past year. One about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. So I'm standing next to this motherfucker that I know is fresh off a CIA plane, flown in straight to. There's a Wilmington airport. This is another thing. I've actually driven people to and from there, Somalians mostly a couple of years ago. Like, why are we transporting Somalians to the Wilmington airport, which is in the middle of nowhere? It's halfway between Cincinnati and Columbus, Ohio. Nothing out there. Fucking nothing. And it's supposedly a shipping airport. It's a CIA. It replaced the one in down in Lockbourne, which used, Rickenbacker. Used to be an Air Force wing, tanker wing. I think they may have taken it out of there finally. Why do you have tankers in the middle of Ohio? Because they can flow them to Iran and bomb the shit out of the desert. So what is this fucking airport doing? Trump even went and gave a speech at this fucking airport in the middle of nowhere. Like, what the fuck? I drove people down there. I voted for these cunts 3 times, and they've turned around and fucked me. I should be paying 50 cents a gallon for gas. I'm still paying $3 a gallon. You motherfuckers. At this point, that's all I care about. I'm spending $30 a day on fucking gasoline to make $100 all day fucking long to make $100 when I used to make that with one fucking airport trip downtown. Cocksuckers. And what do I end up doing? I end up driving the very people that have ruined my life. Complaining about it won't help. No, it won't help. Fuck you. Of course it will. It helps me. It's called cathartic. Not. Well, I won't go into that. Complaining about it, I'm telling people about it. And somebody will see it. Hopefully, I told people, I hope they're recording this. Because I've just been screwed by yet another fucking... I'm driving the mud people that have been brought in to destroy my business, and they succeeded. They put them into the cab. They've taken over the cab companies. They've taken over the airport. Mostly Somalians. And I worked for a limousine company a couple of years ago before I got mine restarted, and then immediately got wiped out. Like, why are we driving fucking Somalians from the north end of Columbus, all the way to this fucking airport in the middle of nowhere? In a Sprinter van. I'd take 4, 5, 6 fucking stinky ass people down there. They don't wash, okay? They don't wash their ass. Come out of there stinking like shit. Why am I driving for this limo company who's obviously contracted with one of these fake nonprofits, these fake NGOs? They're all funded by the CIA. That's a CIA airport down there. They needed to move it away from the city so they could, do their nefarious shit out of sight. They used to do it right down south of Columbus here at Lockbourne. They don't do it there anymore. So why are we taking these Somalians? Well, they work for a sandwich making company. They're making sandwiches for gas stations. I'm like, are you fucking... I'll never eat another gas station sandwich as long as I live. If I live. I'm like, these fucking people are making your sandwiches at gas stations. Don't eat gas station food, man. That's where it's coming from. And then one other guy, he drove the same. He drove like 6 people down there at night. And they're supposedly making sandwiches all night long. They get up, they get back on in the morning. He said 30 people tried to get on the bus. The Sprinter van carries 14. 30 fucking Somalians came out of nowhere down at this fucking Wilmington Airport, the center of Ohio. I'm like, that told me it right there. I'm like, this is a fraud. We're helping the very people they're bringing in to destroy our nation. We're fucking helping them by driving these cocksuckers around. And me and a couple other drivers said, we're not doing that. I'm not doing that. Last time I went down, they sent me in a van. I took down maybe 4, 5 people, and they have one Somalian woman who's like in charge. She gets paid a little extra. It was the same Mexican. Yeah, oh, yeah, this is the guy in California. This is the same guy in California that I'm talking about. This is different. These are the Somalians here in Columbus, Ohio. We were driving them to Columbus from this CIA airport in Wilmington, Ohio. We were aiding and abetting the destruction of our own fucking republic. And then what happens? Well, my business gets wiped out. 40 new listings on Google. And you used to be able to count the number of limo companies like this. Okay? Move out of Columbus. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. They're everywhere. Why? I had to go back to driving for Lyft. I used to drive Uber and Lyft when I first got my Cadillac. 2016, 2017. They destroy my car. These fucking companies, and they'll run you to death and then just dump you like you're trash. I was at the point for the first time in 20 years, I was overdrawn at the bank. The first fucking time in 20 years, overdrawn at the bank. I had to go back to fucking Lyft and basically work the system to get the car back on the road. They won't recognize me as a black car, even though I'm driving a black Cadillac XTS, and the rest of these cocksuckers are driving these beat up little fucking Kias and shit. I end up driving the very fucking people again. Except they're not all Somalians. They're from all over the place. All these third worlders they brought in, none of them are really working. Okay? Because I was barely pulling in $200-300, every couple of days, every week, just trying to cover my bills. And I got Lyft telling me, you're in the top 80% earners. You're making more money than most of the other Lyft drivers. I'm like, that proves right there. It's a bogus job. They're not really doing anything. They can say they've got a job. When in fact, they're getting thousands every month. They're getting food stamps, $3,000-4,000 worth of food stamps, which they then take to their cousin at the carryout and they exchange it for cash. They're getting 10, 20, 30 grand a year for doing nothing. They're given driver's licenses. Ohio's doing it, just like California. That's why now you're seeing half the truckers on the road are illegals with licenses, CDLs. You can't advertise. You can't advertise a car service. I've got Google and fucking Yelp calling me constantly, trying to get me to advertise. And all they do is they bump you up a little bit. It's fake. And then they give you fake leads. Limos.com does the same thing. You can't advertise a car service, a limo service. There's nowhere to advertise. You can contact all the corporations you want to. All of the small jet companies. It falls on deaf ears. They don't give a fuck. They will call the first company that shows up. Cards. Dude, I tried all that in California. I've tried it here in Ohio. That shit don't work. It don't fucking work. Nobody fucking cares. Talk to people. I talk to people all the time. I had a going concern. Okay, Luken Limousine, Luken. Look it up. Luken stickers, stickers. Where you can put stickers? Put stickers on my ass, dude. That shit don't work. It don't work for a, supposedly high-end limo company, high-end car service. I'd put on the suit and tie, the black suit. I'd give these guys concierge service. They love me. Oh, that's great. Well, oh, thank you, Howard. You're wonderful. Here's $50, tip on top of what you're charging. And then they'd tell their receptionist the next week, call for a car in Columbus, Ohio, and these dumb bitches would just do the first thing pops up on Google, which is now 40 other fucking fake companies. Every one of them a goddamn mud person from the shithole countries of the world. Shit don't work. You can't advertise it, and it doesn't make any difference. But what I was gonna do, because I get this, a couple years ago, I had stellar credit. It was 750 pushing 800. And I had the banks coming to me trying to give me money. According to and this is the Chase Bank. I've been stuck with them since 2005 or something. According to the formula, there used to be a formula where you could get a line of credit. And according to that formula, it was right there in black and white. I should have gotten about $100,000 in a line of credit that I could have rebuilt and fixed my business. But this is 2 or 3 years ago. You can't talk to a human being anymore at the banks. Human beings don't talk to you. You couldn't do anything. You end up dealing with their computer, and they changed it like the very year that I was trying to get the money. Before that, I could have got $100,000 in a line of credit, a low interest line of credit. No, the computer spits out $10,000. I find out that's all they're giving anybody, $10,000, and they know perfectly well that's only enough to get your average business through a couple of months if you're lucky. Not even that, So $10,000, and I'm like, no human will talk to you. You talk to the supposed loan officers at the branches, and they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. We're not going to deal with that. Say, no, Chase won't let us do that. And we're not supposed to even talk to you, Mr. Luken. Fuck off. So I couldn't get that. So in the meantime, I would have free and clear. I had 5 credit cards and just maxing them out, just trying to stay above water. Then Citibank, one of the worst predatory banks, they give me 3 fucking credit cards. Each one of them maxing them out. And then they said, you're a great customer. We want to give you a personal loan. I said, okay, great. I need $100,000. Are you, what? Oh, give me $50,000. No. Oh, Mr. Luken, we would like to give you $14,000. Oh, that'll be gone in a couple of months. So, so now I'm buried under that. That's like $450 $460 a month. The line of credit is another 300 something a month. The fucking each card is it starts steamrolling, and before you know it, you're paying 30%, which is predatory. They're only predatory. Well, hey, guess what? You want to get into my position? That's how they do it to you. If you don't sign it, you end up living in your car. See, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Read the contract. None of you guys know what the fuck you're talking about. When you are up, they push you up against the wall deliberately. Then they ruin your credit. You want to know? This was both, not Chase Bank, but they've done it to me with 2 different cards. They fucked me on a business line of credit and 2 different cards. It was Citibank, which is one of the worst, and Amex. They both came and they said, "You're such a wonderful customer. Yeah, great credit. We're going to extend your credit on this credit card. You're only getting $5,000 now. We're going to give you 15 or 19 grand. We're going to more than double your credit limit." Oh, great! I can keep my head above water. Amex did the same thing. Said, your credit limit is 9 grand. We're going to give you 20 because you're so good. And what do? Before you know it, this is Amex and fucking Citibank. Citibank contacts me. They don't talk to you. It's not a human being anymore. They send you a little message, a little text message, or a little fucking email. They say, you haven't been using your credit card. We're going to cut that in half. And they just gave it to me like a couple of months before. Not even that. Less than 6 months. We're going to cut this this limit in half. We're not going to give you that 15, 19 grand. We're going to cut it in half. Oh, by the way, that puts you in the hole. You owed us 5, 10 grand on that. Now you're in the hole. This is how they do it. Now it's no longer 14, 15%. It's no longer 20%. Now it's 29.99%. Amex did the same thing, but it was the opposite. They said, "You're using this card too much." Amex said, "We want 2 grand right now, or we're going to cut your limit." You just gave me 20 grand. If you cut it in half, I don't have 2 grand to spare. I can't use my own Amex card to pay Amex the 2 grand. Can't do that. Say, you're fucking me. Why are you fucking? You can't talk to a human being. It's a computer. And it's soulless. Well, I don't have 2 grand. Okay, Mr. Lucan, we're cutting your limit in half. Sorry, it's not 20 grand anymore. Now it's 9 grand. Oh, right. You're over the limit. It's no longer 18%. Now it's 27 point something. You can't make the payment? Well, you don't have any assets. Maybe we fucked up. You don't. We just found out. Figured it out. You don't got any assets for us to seize. We can't fucking force you, but we will make you pay forever. Which was the point to begin with. The tiny hat people. Okay. There's a certain tribe that owns the banking industry, the central banking industry. They control the currencies, and it's a well-known fact. Anybody that one of the Rothschilds said this, like 150 years ago, maybe even longer, 200. He said, "I care not who makes a nation's laws." And he was talking about Britain at the time, France, Germany. "I care not who makes the nation's laws." He says, "It's not who makes the laws, it's who controls the currency, and I control the currency." So they can do anything they want. They took Europe for a ride. All these inbred princes and kings just fucking fucked them in the ass, got them right where, just like they did to me and every other person on the planet. This is what the carpetbaggers were after the Civil War. They used to teach you about carpetbaggers, but they never once said, Jews, just the fucking Jews, Zionists. They never once said that. They're carpetbaggers. New York bankers. And that's what Lincoln said. He says, "I have 2 enemies. I have the rebels in front of me, and I got the New York bankers behind me." They tried to they said, "We'll lend you money for your war at 30%, which is usury. It's sinful. It's in the Bible. Look it up. Usury. He said, "Go fuck yourself. I represent the U.S. government. The Treasury is still ours. We're going to start printing greenbacks. We're going to print our own money, And the bankers didn't like that, man. They didn't like that. Fucking Andrew Jackson did the same thing. He said his lasting legacy was he killed the bank, meaning the central bank, the second central bank of the United States. Not Bank of America. It's a central bank, like the Federal Reserve is now. We're in our third fucking slavery since 2013. But he did it. He said of those fuckers, he said, "You are a den of vipers, and by the Almighty God, I will rout you out." And he spent his 2 terms in office getting rid of them. But they were worldwide. They controlled everything. They were able to, like the cotton industry, they were able to destroy the South after supporting them by gutting the cotton industry. You know, they set half of America up to fail. Now I'm facing the same fucking thing in my life. At this age, 2 heart attacks later. See, they won't let. Jesus didn't like the moneylenders either. No, he did not. But here's another thing. I think I think it's a myth. This thing about Jesus Christ. Oh, or if he actually existed, people are very confused. He might have been born in Bethlehem and Nazareth. Call him whatever. He may have been Hebraic. He might have been a Hebrew. But where did he go for 20 years? He disappeared. He went east to India to study the Buddha. The Buddha, Gautama Buddha, existed 500 years before Christ. But Buddhism had reached halfway across the world at the time. So he heard about it, and he's like, I want to find out what this Buddhism is. He went to India, and there are writings that talk about a guy named Yeshua or something like that. Joshua, Yeshua, something, Jesus. And they said this guy came here as a student, he's become a teacher. He understands this shit so well that everything is an illusion. So you can't get to nirvana if you're pursuing worldly things. He came back and tried to teach that to a bunch of fucking goat herders, and he got nailed to a tree for it. If he existed. He may have existed. But the Pharisees and Sadducees, the Sanhedrin, they saw an opportunity to spread their fucking poison into the Roman Empire. And they succeeded. The way they did it back then, and they all through the Middle Ages and Europe, they went to. Here's another interesting fact: the Human Genome Project came out a couple 10, 20 years ago. The Human Genome Project. It identified human DNA all the way around the world. And it said that the so-called Israelites, these people who moved to Israel from Europe, they're not Hebrew, they're not even real Jewish. Their DNA proved that they are most closely associated with the Kurdish people north of Iraq. So they're Kurds. The reason they came out of that country, solar flare Andy. Solar Flare Andy might be a crazy motherfucker, but he's right about a lot of shit. Solar Flare Andy, interesting guy. Dig 20 feet down and you can raise trout. The water peoples. So these people came out of, they call it the Khazar or the Khazarian Empire. They needed to, this guy needed a king there, needed to consolidate power because his people were the savages, They still are. That whole fucking part of the world, they're fucking little boys, It's clear across from the Arab world, from India all the way into Eastern Asia and Russia. These people they're fucking little boys. They use women as just tools to create more little boys they can fuck. Ask anybody who served in Iraq or Afghanistan. These people are a bunch of fucking degenerate motherfuckers. Cockroaches. Cockroaches. Yeah, they are. So anyway, these fucking fake Jews, this king took the Hebraic teachers, the people with the Talmud and all that shit, brought them to his kingdom, and because supposedly he compared, at the time it existed, Islam and Christianity, they're all sons of Abraham. They all come from the same fucking stock. He decided he could consolidate power, so he made everybody become Jewish, and he brought up all these what do you call them? Fucking, whatever they are, teachers, and they spread across Europe, and they ingratiated themselves with because of money lending and all that. They ingratiated themselves with every kingdom from the Russian steppes all the way to Spain, the British Isles, everything, every single kingdom. And because they were scribes, they were well educated. They could read and write all kinds of languages. They were scribes, and that's how they molded Europe and gained control of the entire fucking world's economy by doing that, going back almost 700 years. And in the past 300, they had a plan. They consolidated power with central banking. They figured that one out. They're like, this is how we control these people. Say it doesn't matter if it's France or England. We own both of them. Let them go to war. We'll fund it. We'll make money off of it. We'll destroy one, take over the other. Germany, England, France, all the European nations, they saw, and these were people who were, especially the Germans, who were very, very advanced culturally, machines. We developed everything. Not these fucking mud people. Not these fucking mud people in Central and South America. Not these fucking mud people in Africa. Not these fucking mud people in Southeast Asia or Australia at the time. These people didn't build dick. We did it. Especially Germans. Those are my people. You go anywhere in Central Ohio, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, all German folk made the best bricks in the fucking world. The bricks are still under the streets in Columbus, Ohio. The buildings are still standing. God damn it, how do I get off on these tangents? From being fucked by bankers. Mohammed was a PDF file. Yeah. I think Mohammed was a fake too. I don't think he ever existed. That's another invention of these tiny hat people. These, they call themselves Zionists now. In fact, I just saw just an hour ago, there's Trump. This voted for this cocksucker 3 times, and he's fucked me in the ass. I should be paying 50 cents a gallon for gas. We've got more fuel here in America, and yet we're fucking with Venezuela, which is nothing but a pile of shit, because supposedly it sits on most of the oil. And like, we don't have enough here. The North Shore oil in Alaska, that's going to China and Japan. We don't get that. We don't get that fucking oil. God. What happened to drill, baby, drill? Well, that wasn't really part of the plan. I should be paying less than $1 a gallon for gas. I'm still paying $3 a gallon for gas. And this is why I can't get off the ground. So anyway, yeah, Bubba, I want to know if somebody tried to call that phone number. Pre-mud floods. Pre-mud floods, yeah. You call them water people? Water. I call them mud people. They're all mud people. It's just that one tribe, they inbreed like a motherfucker, literally. And they value learning over anything, even coin. So, And this is how they've done it. Even Mark Twain's autobiography, he told him to sit on it for 100 years. He said, "Don't release this. Don't print this." Of course, then his daughter married a Jew, so they may have changed things. But I got that first volume in 2010. I think it came out 2010 because it was like this thick, right? Then two more fucking volumes came out, and it's all everything he ever wrote. But his out of Africa, yeah, out of Africa is a lie. Of course it is. We didn't come out of Africa. That was Leakey, and I used to believe in all that shit. National Geographic, man. Growing up as a kid, I was fascinated. Like, wow, he found a skull. They called her Lucy. You know, this little pre-hominid, and of course she looked like dark skin. And oh, we came from African people. No, now they're realizing people popped up all over the place, modern humans, and they've found evidence now recently, or maybe they've known it all along, going back 400,000 years. People like us, people just like us, 400,000 years ago. No, they wasn't Kangs, buddy. They was not Kang. They are not Kangs now, but they're being stirred up. They're being stirred up by that same tribe because, I mean, that's what they're good at. And the Mossad, it was, I think I don't know the exact quote, but it's, their motto, so to speak, is through deception we shall make war. Well, people like us have not been around for millions of years. They've only found people like us, similar in stature, similar brain pan, going back. They just discovered it recently, supposedly. They used to say, oh, we can only go back 50,000. Then it was 100,000. Then it was 250,000. Now it's gone back to 400,000. But millions of years ago, there were only these little monkey people, apparently. So somehow we popped into the picture, Who knows? Call it what you like. It's just, I used to care back in the day when I was young and stupid and, 150 IQ. I used to postulate and think about these things and think how important it was. It ain't nothing. It's not important. None of it's fucking important anymore. You know what's important? Survival. Survival of our end of the species. This color. European descent. Even Eastern European descent. Thank God for Hungary and Poland. They're the only ones standing against this fucking Marxist bullshit in the European Union. And it's getting ready to fall apart. People are tired of that shit. People are tired of it here. They tried to pull it here. But I just mentioned Trump. There's cocksucker. He's there at the White House having another Netanyahu BB ass kissing conference. He's talking to this cocksucker. They bombed the shit out of the West Bank. That's been in the plan all along, And it was the Rothschilds that established Israel. It's so slowly spread. Now, they're talking about Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Iran. Eventually, they want all of it, And if this shit continues, anyway, they flattened the West Bank. That was part of just like they knocked down the towers. It's just real estate, okay? And they got all that fucking coastline there, beautiful coastline, just ready for resorts and places for rich people to go. So anyway, the whole reason I got on here was because of the supposedly Fremont Bank calling me. You get these calls, it's some cunt in India. But this sounded like white people this time around. The guy's reaction tells me it wasn't Fremont Bank, but it's like they're really convincing. And why Fremont Bank? Somebody looking at my records, all this shit that I exposed with the SBA and the government and the fraud. Is somebody looking to set me up? Is the FBI going to knock on my door with a fucking shotgun one day? Yeah, who this? Who this? You just never fucking know. It's good to see that Portland Annie people are on here actually watching me and listening to me. Because I get on here and YouTube they just shadow ban the shit out of me because I talk about this stuff because it's happening to me personally. You people, Portland who? What I should do is just start acting. How these people, they get like thousands of people subscribing. I should just fucking go off the deep end and become one of these people. These people where they got people sending them money, supporting them. At one point, I had a couple 3,000 subscribers, but that was back when I did Uber, and most of them were Uber drivers because I was exposing the shit that Uber used to do. Well, they still do. And eventually, Uber got wind of it, and they set me up and got rid of me. But I had dozens of videos of the scumbag people that were using the service and the scumbag treatment I was getting from Uber. Just another. How does a company like Uber survive? They're losing $1 billion a year. It's because they're propped up by Goldman Sachs. Who is Goldman Sachs, you may ask? The same tiny hat people. The same people who control the same people who can say that we're 40 trillion in debt when there is no real currency. There's nothing backing it up. And unfortunately, I don't have any gold. I don't have any silver. I invested in lead because gold is up 40% this year. But I never had enough wherewithal to. At one point, I had to scrape together about 30 grand after dealing with the SBA and a couple of loans and shit, fronting money to myself. And I put it into, I experimented with currencies, Bitcoin, shit like that. And I studied that for quite a while. And I realized it's all pump and dump, except for Bitcoin. But even Bitcoin or Ethereum was the other one, and it's gone nowhere. It's a pump and dump scheme. The people that have billions or even trillions to play with, they pump it up. Poor people like me buy into it, and then they cut the knees out from under you, and it just crashes within minutes. I did that one time and I realized it was the coin that was behind Zuckerberg and his what does he call it? He tried to change the name of whatever that shit is. It was the coin, one of the coins associated with that. And I was sitting in a parking lot waiting on a client who was at some kind of event. I'm sitting there being paid to sit there. And I've got a few grand to play with, and I'm watching this coin, I just researched. I said, well, put a couple grand into it, see what happens. While I'm sitting there in this parking lot in the dead of night, I'm watching this coin. My 2 grand went 2 grand, 3 grand, 4 grand, 5 grand within a matter of minutes. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm watching it climb and I'm realizing something's going on. Somebody's pumping. And then they start dumping. And I cannot get it out fast enough. They make you jump through hoops on that, what is it, Coinbase or whatever it was. You got to jump through hoops just to cash out. And every time I tried, it says, "Oh, you don't have enough. You don't have enough in your account to cash." And that's how they get you. So I'm watching it go from like 6, 7 grand, 5 grand, 4 grand, 3 grand, 2 grand. I said, there goes my 2 grand. Within a matter of less than an hour, I'm watching this shit. Meta. That was it. Meta, M-E-T-A. That's what this asshole or his controllers were calling it. And that went nowhere too. They were trying to sucker people in. But it was one of the coins that was associated with that. And it just introduced it. So I watched these guys, whoever they are, probably in Israel, London, Paris. I'm watching these guys make hundreds of billions. And then they cut the legs out from under everybody. And I could not get out fast enough to save my money. That's how fast it went. And I'm sitting there going, all right, let me fucking estimate where it'll be. Make it 1,500, make it 1,000. I can't get it out fast enough. 2 grand, just like that. And I'm like, you motherfuckers. And it was like the first night the shit was introduced. It's like that Dogecoin. What a load of shit that was. Somebody in Japan introduced that shit, or supposedly, and it was probably the Yakuza. They introduced that shit. I'm going blind in this eye. I got cataract now. Cataract. I drive cataract. No, I drive Lincoln Continental. I watched that Dogecoin thing, and I'm like, this is weird. It's up, down. Somebody made a shitload of hundreds of billions of dollars. And it never, that was Elon Musk pushing that shit. BlackRock. You can't invest in BlackRock, man. That's the same guys. It's the same guys. Vanguard and BlackRock. Well, they're just the front now. Decade ago, 2 decades, they wiped out all of the so-called money, investment firms, and that was part of the plan. That was nothing off of their backs. They're nothing off of their thou shalt not round the corner of thy head. What's up with that? Fucking pigtails. And it says thou shalt not round the corners of thy head. So they figure that's a haircut? Oh, fuck. And those guys are all inbred too. So anyway, can't beat them, join them. I wish I could, but now I don't have the funds. That all just went. And they made sure of that. They wouldn't give me enough. I should have taken it back. I had not a bank, but it was another thing that I funded my car through, and the SUV. It doesn't matter. What did you spend living, surviving, paying bills, and then paying off the credit cards I used to pay the bills? So I've managed to keep my head above water. But like I said, for the first time in 20 years, I was overdrawn at the bank twice, and I'm like, but I managed to scrape together enough to put enough back in. Like this past week, I had enough cash to put in there and debt. Yeah, we're all debt slaves. That's how they get you. They get you up to that 28, 29%, 27.99%. They get you there and they got you forever. You cannot get out. You can't get out. In fact, I'm juggling debt. I had Square said, well, we're going to give you $2,600 or $2,400. You can pay us back out of the money. Well, I would not make any money. So you can pay us back out of that, but, it's at 14%, which at this point, that used to be gouging. Now at this point, I'm like, I took it and I said, I paid off one of the credit cards at Citibank for $3 grand. I got rid of that one, which was at 27%. So, I'm saving all of 7%. It's a never-ending cycle. What is that? I got a notification and there's nothing there. Oh, my Discover statement is available. New subscriber to the channel. Auto payment. American Express auto payment. Fucking bullshit. Bankruptcy is not bankruptcy. You cannot write off credit cards. What stuff? What stuff can I own? I own a broken down old car. You know, the banks own everything else. Nobody really owns anything unless they've built it or paid it off themselves. And very few people are in that position these days. Very few. Back in the day, I tried to find a piece of property in Southern Ohio, with some timber on it, some good water, maybe a gas well. I was going to put some cattle on it. No, I don't have a mortgage, but I'm living in my, what I bought. I bought it for what, 25 grand. I was half price because the floor was fucked up. I've shown it before. I don't want to lose the connection. I live in a rather comfortable little trailer in a nice little park, which is $400 cheaper than the one I was in before. Yeah, my little hot box. And so far, I'm able to pay for propane. Well, the only way you can exist today is to maintain your credit. And I've actually built it back up, which is stupid because the credit companies, there's 3 of them, 4 of them, they have wildly different numbers. One of them says I'm back to 714, like the drug, the Rohrer 714. One of them says I'm back to 714. The other one says I'm at 640 something. And which one do they look at? They look at the shitty one. And that's Chase Bank that uses that one. It's bullshit. It's part of the, the Zionist thing. No, a loan to pay off credit cards is not a dumbass idea. When it comes down to percentages, I'm paying less on the Square loan than I am on the Citibank card. Okay? That's the only way to get ahead, but you need a major, they won't let you consolidate anymore. They won't let you, because if I could just consolidate all this into a single payment at a certain percentage, instead of them being wildly all over the place, but these banks are predatory. They set you up to fail. We're doubling the limit on your credit cards. Great. Well, you used it or you didn't use it. So now we're cutting it in half. Oh, that puts you into default. And here I was a pussy hare, from getting free and clear again. And this is at like the 3rd time in my life, my working life with limousine services and such. Yeah, the only people with an 850 credit score are the guys that don't need the credit score, and they give each other interest-free loans. Did you know that? They don't charge interest to one of their own. They don't charge interest. That, and that's what Abraham Lincoln, he said the same thing. He said these guys are, Thomas Jefferson said the same thing. He said, if we allow this to continue, the banks and the corporations are going to make slaves of our grandchildren. And they have. 3 times. Andrew Jackson got rid of them in the 1850s. We were free and clear of them, but they still controlled the world trade and all that, so they were able to fuck with us several times. That was when they've discovered all this gold in America, out west. We should have been free and clear then, but they know how to take control of the gold supply too. They just bought it, you know. They bought it and moved it to Europe. They bought guys like Rockefeller. They bought guys like Morgan, J.P. Morgan. They said, "Oh, he was the richest man in America." No, well, it turns out when he croaked, he only controlled about 20% of his own wealth. Guess who controlled the other 80%? They never released control. Rockefellers, they're the same way. Say, oh, you know, David Rockefeller, he controlled. No, no, no. He was just their agent. And it's the same thing with the. Yeah, they won't let us look at Fort Knox because there's nothing there. There's no gold in Fort Knox, and the supplies that were in underneath the trade center. Did you know there was the banks had vaults down there supposedly filled with gold, tons of gold. When the trade center came down, just before that, they discovered trucks. It was just straight out of the fucking movie. What was that movie where they were stealing truckloads of gold? That actually happened. They found trucks down underneath there that were moving the gold out just before the towers or while the towers were coming down. It's like they shipped it back over to Europe. It's probably sitting in Israel or in vaults in now the Rockefeller, the Rothschild who controls it now. The Rothschilds still control everything with their subsidiaries. David Rothschild, he's the French. He moved their offices to Paris from the city of London. The Oklahoma building, who knows? It had CIA records, FBI records. You know, Building 7, it was full of fucking CIA and FBI records and banking records. The same thing with, you know, it's just these coincidences. It's just a coincidence. Like the side of the Pentagon that got blown up just happened to be where they kept all the records. $3 trillion. We cannot, you know, the day before, that fucking cunt, I wanted to say McNamara, no. See, these names, these guys come and go. They get paid, they get rich, they die. You know, they're just as miserable as when they were alive. Fucking cocksucker. Announces that Pentagon lost $3 trillion. Now there's trillions more, and it turns out they're saying they're literally building underground. I'm wondering, why would they build underground cities when areas of the planet are capable of cracking open with earthquakes? If continental drift is real, if that shift is real, the oceans will just come right across the land. You know, turn the fucking planet upside down, or just the crust. If all that shit is real, what good does a hole in the ground do you? You think they'd be building a city in orbit or on the moon, perhaps. Maybe they already have. I don't know. That's a lot of fucking fake money. It was a pretty genius scam. Oh, the thing in New York. Yep. Yeah. So, oh, you want to audit the bank? Well, we'll just move it in. They had tunnels connecting every major bank in New York. New York is riddled with fucking tunnels. It's all solid rock down there. And they got tunnels going everywhere, man. Not just the subway. The subway was a excuse to build secret tunnels. Yeah. Manhattan's an interesting place to put a city. You know, it's built on solid granite. The whole fucking thing is solid granite. Urban exploring. Yeah. Anyway, I got off on a tangent. What did I do with that phone number? Did I just throw that away? Where the fuck did that go? Oh. The whole thing was I got a phone call from somebody purporting to be from Fremont Bank in California. And I thought, It's just another fucking cocksucker in India or Bangladesh trying to scam me out of credit card numbers. Good luck with that. You're welcome to it. And he starts talking about fraud. We're calling you about a... And I've cut him off. I didn't want to hear it because I thought, well, this guy's just another... And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Is Fremont Bank just now catching up with the fact that they were part of the fraud? Stealing $500,000, $500,000 from the Small Business Administration in my company name? Luken Limousine, Luken, Luken Limousine. Stole my fucking social security number, and it turns out Fremont Bank funded these Mexicans in Redwood City, California, a company called Peninsula Catering. Look it up. Peninsula Catering. Fremont Bank and Peninsula Catering in Redwood City, California. That's part of San Francisco. Right near San Francisco. Turns out it's a bunch of Mexicans. Same guys that defrauded me 15 years ago in California when I was there. Stole my social security number, stole my Amex merchant account, and ran $400,000 through it. Interesting number. Almost the same amount as they got out of the SBA in my name just a couple of years ago. No, not Fremont Street no, that's Vegas. This is the Fremont Bank. It's in California. No, it's not in Vegas. It's the Fremont Bank, not Fremont Street in Vegas. Fremont Bank in California. And here's the number again. Claiming to be Fremont Bank. Which is interesting. I thought, is this guy's defrauding me? That's a weird combination because this is the same bank that assisted these Mexicans back in 2021 to defraud the SBA in my name of $500,000. Peninsula Catering, which is another front company, they fucked me 15 years ago when I was in California. The same thing happened, but it was before all of this. They hijacked my Amex merchant account. I was running Amex cards. $400,000 they ran through it. Now, go forward 15 years, 2021, 2022, when I'm trying to get a couple grand out of the SBA, I look on their website. The SBA, they have every company listed, every dime that they lent out or gave away. And I look up Luken Limousine, Luken, there it is. EIDL and the PPP, two different funding things. One of them you didn't have to pay back. I think it was the emergency EIDL. I can't remember which. $300,000 on one, $200,000 on the other. $500,000 fucking dollars. My fucking name. I didn't get that fucking money. And when see, anybody could have researched it. And I gave all that information to the SBA, their attorneys, the fraud attorneys. Oh, we looked into this, Mr. Luken. This is serious. So we'll get right back to you. They won't talk to me now. Why? Because somebody somewhere got paid off. Somebody somewhere. Fremont Bank, they denied it up and down. So no, we don't have any record of Luken Limousine. It's no, Mr. Luken, that would be Peninsula Catering. No, it says Luken Limousine on both of them, and I had it screenshotted from the SBA website. After I talk to the Fremont Bank, I go and look at it again a few months later when I can't get a response from anybody. Oh, look, one of them changed to Peninsula Catering, and I think it was one you didn't have to pay back. So it's either 200 grand or 300 grand that still says Luken Limousine on the SBA website. Somebody do a search for me. Help me out. Go to the SBA. You look under the loans from the SBA for the EIDL and the PPP. Emergency something or other loan. and the payroll protection plan. They have a list of every company. Luken Limousine, Luken. Just do a search for Luken. Although it narrows it down. There's one or two actual companies in this country called Luken. One of them says Luken Limousine. And either one or the other still says it. They changed the one to Peninsula after I discovered it, the fraud. Then, of course, Fremont Bank and the fucking SBA wouldn't talk to me after that because I exposed it. And I'm like, I should have got a finder's fee. I brought this fraud to your attention. I should have got 50 grand. So look it up. Somebody look it up. Prove me wrong. Now, Mopar Man, it's not in Vegas. Fremont Bank is in California. Here's the number again. Somebody call. It's got 4 people. 1-800-359-2265. It's supposedly the Fremont Bank. Anybody else answers, it's a scammer. If it's actually the Fremont Bank, I'm wondering, are they coming after me for the fraud? Because when I blew my stack with the first guy that called from this number, claiming to be the Fremont Bank fraud division or something. And I laid it out. I said, I started yelling at this guy. I'm like, you motherfucker. I said, you know what, Fremont Bank fucked me in the ass. Then he says something really rude. He says, well, maybe you deserve to get fucked in the ass. Ha, ha, ha. And he hangs up on me. Thinking, that's a scammer. That's not somebody that works for a bank. So I called him back. You get an answer. It's like the scammers got the whole 9 yards. They got, an identifier on every phone number that comes in. Oh, hello, Fremont Bank. Oh, hello, Chase Bank. Oh, hello. 1-800-359-2265. I'm keeping the number because I'm going to keep calling them back and, just to fuck with them. Because I tested it. I said, are you recorded line? Really? I said, well, guess what? I was thinking about going to California, finding this cocksucker with Peninsula Catering and putting a bullet in his fucking spick head, his fucking mud people brain. And the guy, I think the guy repeated it again. He goes, this is a recorded line, Mr. Luken. I said, good. Call the FBI. A search says it's Fremont Bank. Yeah. A search with that phone number, the 800 number, or did you go on the SBA website? If you go on the SBA website, and there's a searchable database of companies that got the money from the SBA during the COVID thing, the 800 number. Now, there's my question to you. Why, after all these years, is the Fremont Bank calling me, questioning me about some fraud thing? Because I went off on the guy. I'm like, you want to know fraud? You want to fucking know fraud? I said, your bank. If you're really a bank and not just some scammer, your bank is the one that committed the fraud. No call from the SBA, no call from Treasury Department, no call from FBI, no call from anybody that's supposed to be looking into this shit. Scammers can spoof numbers. Yes, they can. Exactly. That's why it probably says Fremont Bank. But I'm like, why contact me? Like I'm stupid enough to send Fremont Bank money? Oh, yeah, of course. Which credit card would you like? You should be sending me money, you cocksuckers. You fucking cocksuckers. I should have been retired. When I was in California, I was going gangbusters, man. I had just started. I worked for a couple of limo companies, 2001 until 2007. I opened my own service with a single car, not a Cadillac. They didn't use Cadillacs, man. The Lincoln Town Car, bulletproof. I was making money hand over fist. I was like just raking in the dough. I was putting away thousands every month. But they wanted You're touching the algorithms. Yes, yes. I've been diddling the algorithms. You know, mainly because the things I say about the tiny hat people and such, which is truth. It's all the truth. I mean, you got people who are worldwide and nationwide who talk about them, but they're controlled opposition. Anybody you see on the interwebs, besides suckers like me, they're getting rich. They're being paid to do what they're doing. It's interesting how these so-called algorithms work. Is the artificial intelligence already writing all this shit? Get this. I'm just trying to do laundry, okay, here in Central Ohio. I call a laundromat a dry cleaner, and I'm talking to this girl. She's very pleasant. Talking to this girl for like 10 minutes, trying to get information, drop my laundry off while I'm working, blah. And then I realize there's a hesitation after I say something, like it's thinking, or she is thinking. And then I realize, because it starts asking me questions. It's like probing my thought process in my brain. And I'm like, I'm talking to a fucking AI. The answering service for this fucking laundromat is AI. And I thought I was talking to a girl, a young lady. I'm like, I don't fucking believe this shit. This stuff is so fucking advanced. It convinced me that I was talking to a human being. So most of the things you talk to on the phone, or that I recognize a couple of names here. Nuke, Bubba, Heather. Is that the same Heather? You guys. What was the other one? Alan, Ian. Is that the Ian that I was exchanging barbs with? He may have left. Yes. See, small world. Portland Andy. I am not AI because I'm just not that fucking good at it. I'm not that fucking good at it. This guy might be AI. Mr. Bones. I usually have him sitting outside, but I don't want to upset the people where I'm living right now. There he is. Yeah, I am as real as they come, and I am the fucking poster boy for what's going on in our country today. I'm the fucking poster boy. I wish I was. Oh, you know what? I don't really smoke dope or anything anymore, but I've got magic mushrooms. My former mechanic, who shall remain nameless, get this. I traded a Glock pistol. I had a Glock 20, is it 26 or 27? The small one. It's like a brick and it's hard to control. I had a Glock. I traded to him for car work on my Suburban. I traded this Glock to him, okay? And like 6 magazines, empty mags, of course. I took all the ammo out. I trade this Glock to him for car work. I get a call months later from somebody claiming to be a lieutenant with the Sunbury Police Department, Sunbury, Ohio, north of Columbus. Lieutenant Dan, I don't know what his name was, but he was a detective. This guy calls me, and he was a real deal. I checked it out. He calls me up and says, "Mr. Lucan, did you happen to own a Glock, serial number that you traded for automobile work with a certain mechanic?" And I'm like, "Who wants to know?" This was a detective with a small town police department. And he says, "Mr. Lucan, we have some information. Perhaps you can help us. You're not in any trouble, Mr. Lucan. There's no criminal behavior on your part. But we got the reports and investigated it. your pistol was involved in an accidental death. Oh, really? You're fucking kidding me. I'm like, oh, I don't really have anything more to say. He says, yes. I go, are you, well, what I say was I blurted it out. I'm like, it's not my gun anymore. I said, that Glock was involved in murdering somebody? He goes, oh, it didn't say murder, Mr. Lucan. He says, we're looking into this. This pistol, serial number, blah, 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 blah. I bought it used. He says it was involved in an accidental death. So somebody took a bullet from it. And I'm thinking, this mechanic, who shall remain nameless, he was a little dodgy, Iraq veteran. One of these guys that came back with all kinds of crackerjack mechanic. But I figured he was, and I'm like, did he give the gun to somebody? Got killed, not my gun anymore. And I'm like, until I talk to an attorney, detective, blah blah blah, nothing more to say. He's like, well, Mr. Lucan, this has been referred to the prosecutor in Delaware County, Ohio. He says, this might involve a grand jury subpoena. I'm like, subpoena away, motherfucker. You want to subpoena me in front of a grand jury because a gun that I don't own anymore might have blown somebody's brains out? I don't fucking care. It ain't my business. I said, subpoena away, motherfucker. I didn't say all this. I'm thinking it. I'm like, okay. It's these veiled threats. These cops are dumb as fuck. I'm like, yes. Yeah. So time goes by. Weeks. He sends me a text message, which I kept. Outlining the whole thing. And it's all right there in black and white, And I'm like, I don't hear anything from him or this so-called Delaware County prosecutor in Columbus, north of Columbus, Ohio. Delaware County is north of Franklin County. So I called the county, because at the time I lived up there. I moved out of there months ago. And I said, is there any record of a grand jury being called? And is this name there? Is that name? No, Mr. Luke, we don't have any record of that. Say if the prosecutor's office would have a record of that if they were convening a grand jury. I'm like, okay. Cop calls back a few weeks later. He's like, Mr. Lucan. And in the meantime, I had contacted, they weren't my attorneys. They weren't representing me. Let's make that clear. There's an outfit in Arizona. I can say this clearly. They did not give me legal advice. They did not represent me. But I immediately joined them. It's called, I almost said AOC. It's not AOC. It's called AOR, Attorneys on Retainer. Every other insurance, so-called gun insurance thing is a scam. These guys are attorneys. And the one guy is ex-Marine. And these guys know their shit. I did not get legal advice from him. Make that very clear. And I've spoken to 2 or 3 different attorneys, most of which will not talk to you at all, without a retainer. So, and I did not join before, this was not a deal to get a membership in this thing, even though I'm covered now. But attorneys have told me, they said, tell the cop, don't talk to the cops. You don't have to tell him to go fuck himself, just don't talk to him. And I go, well, okay, I want to confirm that because I already knew that. I said, especially if somebody got whacked with your former gun, my Glock, which was kind of a piece of shit anyway. I didn't like it. It weighed a ton. It was inaccurate. And the cop has asked me these questions. He says, did you ever have problems with it? misfiring, blah, blah. I'm like, he calls back and he's asked me the same questions. Again with the threat of a grand jury, Delaware County, Ohio. And I'm like, I have nothing to say to you. He goes, okay, goodbye, Mr. Lucan. Haven't heard a word since then. So I'm like, God damn, this kind of shit just follows me around. It just follows me around. You saved your lawyer's wife's life with a Heimlich. Well, he's a lawyer. Of course he sent you the hospital bill. Were you giving her the Heimlich or were you giving her the old 1-2 from behind? He was giving her the Heimlich. I haven't been caught doing that with a lawyer's wife, but there's been a couple of close calls in my time. I actually had an angry husband. Fucking that's why I don't have a wife or a girlfriend right now. I can't deal with the fucking madness. I had a woman come over to my place at one point. This was years ago. 1980s, late 80s. She comes over, we're having a good old time. And then she leaves. And I was in a ground floor apartment at the time. And I hear a knock on the door shortly after. I go, oh, she's back. What do you want? I open the door. It's her fucking husband. I'm like, what do you want? He's like looking at me like, is my wife here? I go, are you fucking kidding me? What would your fucking wife be doing here? He said, no. And I'm kind of looking, is this guy carrying? Is he going to hit me in the face with a hammer? I don't know. But he was just the guy was an attorney, but he was like a drunk. So he didn't work. His wife worked. He was a drunk. And he's standing at my door moments after she leaves. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? He goes away, thank Christ. Because at the time, the only gun I had was a Mauser, 1898 Mauser, 8mm. And I didn't have it handy, and I didn't have it loaded. Excuse me, could you just wait a moment while I load this rifle? No. He leaves. I'm like, fuck. I call her, because I got her number. And I'm like, did you set me up? Are you one of these women that just, you're trying to set up some guy with, to get your husband to fucking actually love you and care about you? Or what? She's denying it up and down. I go, what'd you do? Did you put my name on a fucking calendar? What do you, go fuck Howard tonight? This afternoon? She denies it up and down. I go, I never want to see your fucking cunt again. He died of a heart attack not too long after that. Drunk useless piece of shit. An attorney. He was a fucking attorney. What a wasted life. And get this. Well, I won't go any further. How much for shots? Let's get Liddy. Let's get Liddy. I do have booze, but how are you going to get me money? You talk about paying me to drink? I've got Navy. I haven't touched the booze literally in months. In fact, before I moved the trailer down here, I hadn't touched that. I've got a little bit of what's the whiskey? I used to really like it. I've got I got a bottle of Navy rum. Since you mention it, hang on. Yeah, send it to Fremont Bank. Can you stand by? I'm not going to stop this. I got to pee. I'm like a cam girl. But I'm not going to fuck myself with a dildo on camera. I probably should, because I'm getting fucked every other way. I got to take a piss because I'm old, and I'm gonna grab those bottles out and show you what I got. The Navy rum is especially interesting. I got a story about that. So talk amongst yourselves. I don't know if you can still hear me peeing. I'm not that far. We'll do this without pissing all over myself. Oh. Okay, hang on. I got the bottles back in the cupboard here. I'm gonna move the olive oil. You found out I just saw a video about olive oil, how most of it is fake. Just like honey. Honey is fake. Oh, that's a bullet. Bullet, that's what it was. Ah, can't reach the rum. Ugh. There it is. All right, here we go. My back windows they're not open, but they're open. Not that anybody gonna see anything in here. But this is interesting. I'm not a drinking man anymore. But oh, the knife? Knife who carries? Me? The Haitian liquor store. Oh, that shit fell off a truck, back of a truck. I gotta look back. Male Kegels. All right. I drank most of this myself over time. I got real fond of Bullet whiskey. I believe it's Kentucky. Yeah, Kentucky straight bourbon. I was on a kick for this for a while. Very smooth. Bullet bourbon. The problem is I don't have a table nearby. I'll put it on the floor and not kick it over. And then I went and when I was in Europe, I rode a motorcycle all over Europe back in 87, 88. Ended up in Spain and Gibraltar. And I bought a bottle of Navy rum, British Navy rum. Brought it back with me, all the way back to Ohio. And when I came back, I was living on a houseboat on the Ohio River for a while. And I had that bottle of Navy rum that I brought all the way back from Gibraltar. And I put it, I was sitting on a deck with a friend, tied up at one of the bars that used to be. They're all gone now. They used to actually have stern wheelers sitting there. And I put the bottle on the table there, and I'm up on the upper deck. No, I was not in the Navy. British Navy, rum. I was a citizen, just riding a motorcycle and smoking hash with all the expats in Gibraltar. And I'm getting ready to open this bottle, because I brought it all the way back from Gibraltar. Bottle of British Navy rum. And the speedboat, you got these idiots with these cigarette boats down on the Ohio River, these dick boats, we called them. Rich guys with more money than sense, more dollars than cents. These assholes would go up and down Pat Lucan? I don't know what Pat Lucan. These assholes would go up and down the river at high speed and create gigantic wakes. I almost tipped over one time. I almost went under one time in the middle of the river. But I'm sitting at a dock at one of these paddle wheeler restaurants, bars. And that wave came and hit the side of this houseboat. And that fucker went like that. And that bottle of Navy rum fell over, rolled across the deck, fell down onto the bottom deck, rolled across that deck, and went right into the fucking river, Ohio River. So there's a bottle of British Navy rum sitting at the bottom, unopened, sitting at the bottom of the Ohio River, right where one of those restaurants is now. So if anybody wants to go diving, you might actually find it if it hasn't sank in the mud. Did I tour with the Dead and Chupacabra? No, I was on stage with the Dead once. Pyrex glass pipe story? Which one was that? Oh, the rum. Well, anyway, so that bottle of rum, and I was like, oh, fuck. Story of my life. So I went shopping, and I found, here in Ohio, Pusser's British Navy rum. Original Admiralty rum. I actually found a bottle of British Navy rum here in Ohio. So I've got this, and it's, as you can tell, I haven't drank almost any of it. Then I forget when I got this. Jamaica. I might have bought this in Vegas. I think I bought this in Vegas and brought it back. Appleton Estates Jamaican rum, a lighter rum. I like a dark rum. I don't drink white spirits. They're not good for you. Dark spirits. So Appleton Estates. I've got a sizable amount of that. So anyway, back to the point. Actually, there is a if you want to, can anybody do a live feed? I can't do what Portland Andy does. Yeah, Jamaica. I have no inkling or an urge to go to Jamaica whatsoever. Not at all. Well, no, the bottle of rum should not have floated. There wasn't any air in it. It was rum to the top, and it went straight to the bottom. If it weren't so damn deep, the Ohio River is deep as fuck, and I wasn't about to try to go after that. I'm like, God. I just watched the bubbles coming up as it went to the bottom. So it's good to see these recognizable faces here. Not faces, but your little image looks like somebody's ass, Ian. What is that? Nuke, Ian, fucking Bubba. Is he still there? Yeah, don't drink clear liquor. It's not good for you. Charles. So he's the one who suggested a shot, doing shots together. I'm not begging for money. I mean, if there's a way to send me money, I don't need anybody paying my bills. Everybody's probably just as poor as I am. But I was willing to do a shot if Bubba comes back. Charles. I got to look really closely at these little icons. Ow! I just pulled a hair out of my ass, my head. I can't tell what the fuck that is. What the fuck? Not the dog. That's Nuke. Ian, what is that? What the hell is that? It's either an old lady's ass. That's not a dog. Oh, that's a dog. That one's a dog. See, I love dogs, man, but I haven't had one since early '80s. In fact, my sister for Christmas just gave me a doggle or whatever the fuck you call it. All the photographs and slides my old man used to take from 64, 63 until the mid 80s when he passed away. She kept all of these slides, and I thought my other sister, God bless her, said that she had that shit and threw it away. And I'm like, it broke my heart. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Why in the fuck would you throw away? They weren't professional, but they were the history, of my childhood. My little sister gave it to me for Christmas. And I broke down in tears at Christmas in front of the whole family. I'm like, are you kidding me? You kept all these? Somebody kept all these? And then my sister-in-law said, yeah, well, we kept that. Your other sister was probably talking about the slide projector, which was like this big. And it had circular doohickeys that went on top and just went around a circle, chunk, a chunk, a chunk. Real technological shit back in the 80s. Actually, from the 60s on, because that's all they showed. And I'm like, I wish you'd kept the equipment and not the photographs, because the equipment is probably worth some money fucking right now. Nobody has that shit anymore. Somebody might have it in a collection somewhere. So anyway, this all started when a bank called me. So I'm like, so has anybody actually called the editor number, or nobody wants to get involved? You don't want to expose your. If you dial you can still dial *69 on some phones, or you can block. Some cell phones you can block your incoming number, your outgoing number. She Googled it, but she didn't call it. I wouldn't blame anybody for not wanting to call this. And, if it is a scam, or, if it's the FBI, who knows? It could be the fucking FBI saying, oh, Mr. Lucan defrauded the SBA of $500,000. We just know, maybe we're just going to have to start investigating him. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you doing it. Well, you want to call the number? I'll give you the fucking number. They claim to be the Fremont Bank, and I'm thinking, why would these motherfuckers call me out of the blue? But then his reaction, the first guy I talked to, his reaction was, I said, as far as I'm concerned, you Fremont Bank, you fucked me in the ass. And he starts kind of laughing. He goes, well, maybe you deserve to get fucked in the ass. And he hung up. And I'm thinking, well, that could be just some idiot the bank's got calling. I couldn't see an FBI agent saying something like that. I called them back, and of course the answer is Fremont Bank, but it's like, that's what scammers do. It's like, maybe they were trying to, if you wanted to scam the money out of me, you should call representing yourself as the SBA. Because if some Mexican in California defrauded the SBA of $500,000 in my company name, I would think you'd want to call from like the Treasury Department or something like that. Yeah, well, I don't know. FBI, who knows? They're all criminals. This Cash Patel, this fucking idiot. Pam Bondi, I put these idiots in fucking power. And anyway, here's the number. Because I called it back and they answered as the bank, but it's like, if they were the ones that committed the fraud, they gave the SBA loans to this Peninsula Catering in California, knowing that it was not me. You know, they put Lucan Limousine on the fucking loans, on the SBA grants and stuff. 1-800. 1-800. It's an 800 number, which is kind of odd. How many banks still have 800 numbers? Well, I guess they do. 1-800-359-2265. Again, that number is 1-800-359-2265. So anybody that stumbles across this in the future, YouTube won't let anybody see my shit. I am blacklisted. But anybody that stumbles across it, call that number. Tell them Howard Lucan called. Wants to know why you're calling me about fraud when it was the fucking Mexicans that you funded in Redwood City, California, calling themselves Peninsula Catering. Not me. And at one point, a couple of times, especially after the second time, I thought about flying out there and just, whoever the fucking Mexican was I talked to. Okay, you cartel? Boom! Put me in prison. I don't fucking care. Anyway, Nuke should be... Ask them if they know Howard Lucan, Luken. Do you know a Howard Lucan? We're investigating Mr. Lucan, and we want to know if the Fremont Bank is... They're one of the banks, just like Wells Fargo. They were laundering money for the cartels. Wells Fargo got caught doing it blatantly, openly. They paid a fine, a few $1 million, and then they continued doing it. It's like everything is CIA. Everything is fucking dirty. Yeah, just say Howard sent you. Howard sent me. I wish I could show you my guns. Now I'm not drunk and I didn't get high. But I would love to show guns, but you can't do it on a live stream. And yeah. Anyway. Actually, there's one in that pouch. You see that powder horn? That knife. I bought that knife in Spain in 1988, and I still have it. Big Bowie knife. The powder horn says join or die. The powder horn I got from this guy had a blacksmith shop in Tennessee. A blacksmith shop in Tennessee. And at one point, I had actually bought a Gatling gun. With the money that I got from SBA, everything went to hell, but they were still holding reenactments. There's a guy in Detroit who builds 1863 Gatling guns. Just beautiful fucking brass and steel, and it fires you can either fire black powder ball ammo or 40 long Colt ammo, which is 44, something like that. I bought this fucking thing, and I was gonna take it around. I had the fucking Civil War uniform, the whole thing, and I was gonna take this around. I had actually booked reenactments. I was gonna take it around and let people fire it. Fucking fun as shit. Cranking this thing, boom, 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 boom. Putting big holes and everything. And I actually took it to a farm here in Central Ohio. There's a handful of guys that run the Ohio State House armory. It's not an armory, but it's 2 or 3 cannons that they have literally sitting on the State House grounds. They're real cannons. They fire. Because I fired one at this guy's farm. They take them around, do the same thing at events. They fire these things. This guy was loading real fucking ball, a fucking cannonball about yay big. They were loading this thing and firing it into the trees on this guy's farm, and you could hear it smacking in the trees. And I was firing this fucking uh, Gatling gun that I had bought into some barrels and across to some trees. One guy cut a tree down with it, but the barrel, these plastic barrels, were actually catching the slugs. And the guy brought them back to me. He showed me these not grape shot, no, cannonballs, actual cannonballs. They don't fire them at, they just fire squibs basically. Just it's a bag of black powder that they stick in these things. Then they plug it, and that's what they fire when they're at, so they're not killing a bunch of, you know, people at the 4th of July. But on this guy's farm, they were firing this fucker into the forest, so, and you could hear this cannonball just ripping through the forest in these trees. And, which was pretty cool, because these things, imagine the Civil War, you're marching. They march these guys into this stuff. Still fighting wars like they did 100 years before. Put you in a straight line and marching you into the fire. So you got cannonballs and grape shot and chains and fucking musket balls coming at you, cutting guys in half, blowing them to pieces. 30,000 guys in one fucking battle dead. Insane. And they, instead of marching these guys into that, why don't you just send them around? Don't go after the line. Don't charge a picket's line. Don't charge anything. Concealment, or at the very least, some kind of mobile battlement, like a tank. Even just a wooden, a thing of logs with 10 horses behind it, pushing it. So, anyway, I got off on a tangent about they canceled, it was, the pandemic. They canceled everything. So all of these reenactments and shit, Gettysburg and that kind of thing, I was going to go to with this thing and make money, cancel. I was going to go to what's the motorcycle? The big motorcycle thing in Dakota. Is it in Dakota? Anyway, that'll come to me or somebody. I was going to take it to that, and so there I am with a $7,000 Sturgis. Yeah, I was going to take it to Sturgis and let people fire it there. I would have made a fortune, but they fucked that up too that year. Just my timing. So I had this fucking $7,000 brand new 1863 fucking Gatling gun. Beautiful. Built according to the actual Gatling's original design, not one of these pop guns that they make now. And it was the real deal. It was black powder, but he sold me the cartridges that you put a long colt into. Yeah, I blew 7K and then realized I could not do anything with it. And you couldn't, what are you going to do with it? So amazingly, I called a guy in Detroit and I said, dude, first of all, I said, look, I know we did this kind of on the sly, the DEA or the people who regulate this kind of shit, they may not like the fact that I didn't buy the black powder first. He just gave me the long colt, which, it's a little dicey as to the legality of it. I even asked the feds, I said, is this, they don't know. So anyway, you know what? I'm going to have I'm getting dry. Oh, you can for 7K you can get a fucking sniper rifle. I'm gonna have a little, just a tiny bit of Jamaican, because I don't want to get up and get a glass of water. That's quite smooth. You know, normally you go, this is quite smooth. That's why I bought it. It was like, wow, that's actually pretty good. Appleton Estate signature Jamaican rum. The Navy rum is a little harsher, I think. I don't want. I'm putting it on the chair next to me. I don't want them tipping over. So anyway, I got stories. This call for the only reason I came on was because of this call I got from purporting to be Fremont Bank. I'm like, what the? Why are they calling me now about fraud? And why the Fremont Bank? Because I didn't fraud. You know, fraudsters, not the bank, but thieves. You know, these scammers, scam artists. I don't think they research this stuff that deeply. You know, they've got everybody's information. It's just right out there. Yeah. If you do call, block your number. You know, they legitimately can't trace you if you have a phone and you can block your number, unless it's the actual feds. And I don't think it was. The reaction of the guy I said when your bank is fucking me in the ass. You know, he said, maybe you deserve to get fucked in the ass. Ha ha. And he hangs up. I'm like, that ain't that ain't the feds and that ain't the bank. Cannot be. Unless they're hiring the handicap, you know, which is a distinct possibility. They're hiring all kinds of stupid motherfuckers these days. I mean, most of the people that are doing phone work and shit are, you know, they're all these mud people that can't even speak English. So, yeah, it was so weird. Just so fucking weird. And I didn't think anybody was going to come on. I was just going to say this about so it'd be out there in the ether, in the interwebs. Somebody may or may not be after me. I'm not afraid of anybody. But if the feds are after me, hey, by all means, put me in fucking prison. I can get my teeth fixed. I can get. I'm developing cataract in this eye. I got this. I get my eyes fixed. I get my teeth fixed. I get free health care. I got access to a law library in prison. You know, I'll make sure they don't stick me in with the general population. I'll fucking shiv somebody as I get to put me in solitary. I'm in solitary right now, except for Mr. Bones. And no, I am not Ed Gein. I don't keep corpses of dead people in my place. That is a plastic Halloween decoration. I got that years ago. I don't know why I still have it. He was actually in storage for a couple of years. There's another crazy. Well, I don't hear that one. So anyway, I'm like, you know, I am just pushed against the wall by predatory banks and shit, and then I get a weird call out of nowhere from Fremont Bank of all things in California. Oh, I'm falling for the fraud department. So it may have been maybe it was a scammer. It just could have been just a total. Maybe they're looking at, you know, somebody on the inside. They're all on the take. Somebody on the inside, or you don't even have to be on the inside to go through a database with the SBA and the rest of that, and you'll see, you know, it still probably says Fremont Bank and Luke and Limousine. They changed the other one to Peninsula Catering. But I've got that recorded. It's all printed out. I mean, you could try it. It's probably just a scammer, so I wouldn't want to open you up to getting return calls. uh, in California, they would. What time is it? I don't. No, it's still 3 hours. It's only 4:15 in California. It's 7:15 here in Ohio. So they'd still be open if it was really Fremont Bank. What I would do was I would look up not that number first, but the actual number for Fremont Bank, which I didn't get to. I came straight on here trying to explain or talk myself into like what the fuck is going on. Um, because it was just so tied in with all this other shit that I experienced with the fraud at the SBA and these fucking Mexicans in Redwood City, California, going by the name of Peninsula Catering. And they're for real. You can search that, look that up. You can see the sign. You can look at Google and zoom in on the fucking sign. It's still there. You already called. Right it went to automation. That's weird because they answered for me. Oh, banker's hours. Well, see, still that doesn't prove whether it was fraudsters, criminals, or criminal bank. I'm curious to know. That really just fucked with my head. After all this other bullshit, and just I'm not going to dig it out, but I've got all of it stored, and I got a letter from J.D. Vance's office just as he was leaving office. I brought it to them for the umpteenth time and told them about the fraud out there and all that. And they're like, "Oh, Mr. Lucan, we're definitely going to look into this." And I get a boilerplate letter from them. They got a boilerplate letter from the SBA saying, "Mr. Lucan owes so many thousands of dollars for the SBA PPP or whatever." And I'm like, "No, no, 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 not the actual one. I got the 500,000 that was defrauded." They don't give a shit. The SBA obviously was in. They're in on it. 65 billion went missing, and that's on top of the tens of billions or hundreds of billions that got loaned out to companies that didn't need it. And all these fucking mud people. I look back and I'm like, I wish I were criminal minded. I could have got a lot of money. Yeah, might be. They can. They do their homework. These scam artists, these scam companies, and they can be in fucking Russia for all we know. They can be in the Ukraine. They can be in fucking South Africa. Hell, they could be in fucking the NSA in Nevada, just out fucking with us. It's just so bizarre that it happened just today, completely out of the blue. So, that the AI is listening to everything I do. I got this fucking cataract thing developing in my eye, and now it's become just recently. It's annoying as fuck. If I look this way, it moves that way. If I look this way, it moves that way. And it's like, at first I thought it was something under my eyelid or just some goo on my eye, and I could not get rid of it. Then I tried to look real closely. I didn't shine it in but it looks like something inside my fucking eye, and it's annoying the shit out of me. It's just driving me fucking bananas on top of everything else. Imagine just having this smear moving around in front of your eye like this. So, what happened to Bubba? Bubba's the one that wanted to have a drink with me, and he left. I don't have an attorney, but it's and they're not representing me for anything. It's I was talking about uh insurance for gun related issues. The guys to hook up with are AOR. It's attorneys on retainer, and it's only $35 a month, and they're not offering insurance like the rest of these scams, like the USCCA and those cunts. I dealt with those idiots, and the NRA. They had a short-lived program that was a scam too. It's not insurance; it's attorneys, and they're like, as long as you pay us $35 a month, you're a member, and we will defend you to the ends of the earth. And these guys know their shit. They really know their shit. So if you have guns, if you have any dealings with that kind of shit, hook up with these guys because they will be on it in an instant. They they actually took my call about unrelated issues, and they were not giving me legal advice. Let's be very clear about that. But they know their shit. They know their shit. And I'm not planning on shooting anybody. My white privilege. Oh, Oh, I don't have it. Hang on. You got to see. I think I showed it to somebody. I got a card. I actually have a white privilege card. Hang on. I gotta get my wallet. I can't show you this. In fact, I should not put it anywhere where the camera will catch it. I won't show you that. That's my other insurance policy that I normally put in my pocket. Um, this is what passes for a wallet these days. And oh, you know what? I may have taken it out. Shit. I can't get any cards out of this stupid thing. I need another wallet. I got my. Oh, come on. Who designs this shit? There we go. That's my driver's license. Oh, it's not there. Oh, wait a minute. I know I got it. Oh, it's not in my wallet. It should be. I used to put it right on top. That's not it. Fuck I do with it? I think it's. You got to see it. Hang on. That's my concealed carry right there. Hang on. Be patient. I gotta. No, I don't have any kids. Hang on, I get the card. I know I got it. I didn't throw it away. It's my white privilege card. Ah, okay. I have to dig through. Get this. These are all casino cards. Uh, Caesars. Hard Rock. MGM. Boyd. That's the casino down in Cincinnati. Hard Rock. Don't ask me why I end up carrying 20 of those. This is it. Can you read it backwards? I don't think I can flip the image. Maybe I can. I can't flip the image. If I do this. Yeah, there you go. I got my N-word pass. No. Yeah. If I switch it around, you can read it. That's my N-word pass. That's from the Hodges brothers. I think they're Hodge twins. You know who the Hodge twins are? Two black guys. Funny as hell. I got my, yeah, there you go. Bubba, you're back. I got my N-word pass from the Hodges twins, the Hodge brothers. Twin brothers, funny as hell. And it says right here, let me flip it back. You want to take a screenshot of that? The N-word pass. Don't leave home without it. So it says use of this card grants you the right to say the N-word unlimited times. Void where prohibited. Soft A's are recommended. Use hard R's at your own risk. OfficialHodgeTwins.com. I got my N-word pass. So if I actually, you know what? I think, if I'm not mistaken, YouTube flags that word, among others. Among others. I will openly use this word if the person is. You know, if the person is a fucking asshole, I will use the N-word pass. N-word pass. I knew I had it. I used to carry it in my wallet, but the wallet I got now, I can't fit credit cards, Medicare, fucking, you know, what little cash. Oh, I left it in the other room anyway. So I see that Bubba is back. Hey, Bubba. Bubba, I've got Appleton Estate signature rum, Jamaican rum. I found my British Navy Pussers rum, original Admiralty rum. That was similar to the bottle that I fell in the Ohio River that I brought back all the way from. Oh, fuck. See, I knew I shouldn't have done that. I'm trying to set them on a cushion next to me, and they don't want to stand up. And I've got... Oh, whoops. I've got a little bit of bullet left. Smooth stuff. I like that, but I took a shot of this. I keep doing it, showing it the wrong way. I took a shot of this, and I can handle doing one or two little, sips. So if you want to salute something, peanut butter whiskey, what's that like? Try it. Peanut butter whiskey. This is the thing, that they're making all kinds of flavors, and it's like, how many types of weed do you have to have? Bullet, Appleton, Jamaica. Yep, this is not bad. I mean, and I think I bought this in Vegas, if I'm not mistaken. I just didn't open it when I was there the last time. getting high with Andrew and what's her name? You know, the girl that pays for all his bills. Call it anything you want. So Bubba, here's to Portland Andy for bringing together so many disparate souls. Danny, yeah, she was, she was, she was actually fun in Vegas. But then, you know, these women in that chat room, they get a little, they get a little pushy. You know, they start. This is the problem. Repeal the 19th Amendment. I am senile and stupid. Yeah, but we went up to their room. I thought we were going to run a train on her, but that didn't happen. I mean, they were high, and she pulls out this weed, and we start smoking this fucking weed, and we're on a balcony, the Cosmopolitan, overlooking the what was it over? It was overlooking not the Bellagio. Was it overlooking the Bellagio, or was it on the other side? But you know, and we're pretty high up on this thing. It was one of the top floors, and I am like, I could go over this fucking rail, you know, any moment, you know, with a misstep, a stumble. Yeah, no, see, and I've met many women, conservative women especially. They say it's a huge mistake to put these women in positions of power. They should never be cops. Every time you see one, she's getting the shit kicked out of her, or she doesn't know how to use a weapon, or she's grossly obese. They should never be in the military, you know. Yeah, and he likes that fucking balcony up there. But we were just, and I was like, I can't do this. I mean, they just kept smoking, and I'm like, I am so fucked up. I cannot, you know, I stumbled out of there back to. Luckily, I was staying at the top Tropicana. No, the one across the Flamingo, not the one they tore down. The Flamingo, I think, is still there. I stumbled across back to my hotel. So they should not be in the military. They should not be in the police. They should not be in government, for fuck's sake. Because even conservative women, any woman is too emotional for these positions of power. And as soon as you put them in there, they fuck everything up. Yeah, once upon a time, weed was like coffee to me. You know, I was a regular up until my 30s, you know, but that was 30 years ago. I look back and I'm like, fuck me. Fuck me. I just. Yeah, I think I saw that video. The one, this guy grabs her, throws her to the ground, and drives off with her fucking squad car. You know, they're not capable. You know, that's why this woke shit was designed to destroy our society. It's meant to destroy the society because women are easily fucking led by the nose, hence the rings. You know, you every time you see it, it's like why in God's these they're police units. They're being forced to hire these people. You know, they got to fill a quota. Like they got to hand out so many tickets. It's fucking ridiculous, and it's designed to destroy. Yeah, it's designed to destroy the strength. The strength of a military or police force is to have guys on there who are capable of horrible violence. That's why you put soldiers out there front. You know, it's just regular people, regular guys, but who are capable of extreme, horrible violence when the time calls for it. And then being able to go back to, yeah, tats on women. I don't know. Purple hair. My niece is that way. She's got the tats and the weird color hair and shit. It's like, oh, no. You know, but what are you gonna do? Instead, like, this kind of shit is my life now. Yeah, my heart is beating. 96. My oxygen's good. My heart rate is good too. 62. What are you gonna do? I'm still fucking flipping about this Fremont Bank shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Was that just some weird coincidence? Some scammer saying they're Fremont, or were they looking at these records? Or is it somebody from the feds saying, oh, Mr. Lucan defrauded us of this $500,000, not some fucking beaner motherfucker in San Francisco? But his wife sold his gun case. Hopefully not with the gun in it. Oh, gun safe. Hopefully not with the guns in it. If I came home and I don't have a wife. I can't, you know, I love women, but I can't deal with it. I not anymore. I can't deal with it. I went through that with one woman in particular, and it was a nightmare. We were together for like 4 years, which was long enough, and unfortunately, she was emotional baggage from God knows what. She was on Xanax and all that kind of shit. When that was, you know, they're still pushing it on people. You know, this drug, take this drug. It might make you want to kill yourself, but take it anyway. Oh, I should show you the fucking drugs they've prescribed me that I've stopped taking. But this Emily was her name, and God love her. I still love her, and I tried, but she would drink. She'd come over with a fucking 12-pack and down it. You know, she'd already 2 or 3 into it when she drunk driving. That's how she, after we kind of broke up, she got in a terrible wreck. I heard. I was in California at the time. I actually tracked her down through the records. I was looking up Franklin County, you know, arrest records and shit. I found her attorney. Her attorney called her. She called me back out of the blue after this is coupled 3, 4, or 5 years. I flew her to Vegas, and I thought this could be good, you know, old times. But she started acting real strange, and we're walking into the Hilton when the Hilton was still there, the Hilton to see to see God names. Blah blah and his large band. The fucking it's on the tip of my tongue. Not country is more, you know, Americana swing music. Fuck, it'll come to me. Anyway, I had tickets for that guy, and we were going in to see it, and she drops to the floor and has a grand mal seizure. She's flopping around, and I'm like, oh God, don't die. Get her to the hospital. And I had actually rented a limo, so I had this limo driving us back and forth to the hospital. They won't let me in, so I got to wait on her because not my wife, you know, not my. She comes out pretty quickly, and I'm like, what happened? She won't talk, won't tell me. Oh, she feels fine, you know. Get her back to the hotel. I was staying at the Mirage at the time. Get her back to when it was still there. Get her back to the hotel. Xanax, bingo. Xanax. She told me she stopped taking it. She felt so good being with me. She stopped taking this shit. And I researched it and I told her, I said, if you stop that shit cold turkey, you will have a fucking seizure. It's right there in the literature. I said, you can't do that. Get her back to the hotel. And I'm thinking, should I send her back? I'm ready to send her back to Ohio. Because I was going to take her to California. You come be with me. But she just couldn't be honest with me. That's all I asked for. She has another fucking seizure right there. And this is after fucking. I'm like, she has another fucking seizure. Take her to a different hospital. They said they should never have released her. She didn't take the medication there, the anti-seizure stuff. They insisted, and they let me go into the room with her at this proper hospital. And I'm like, well, malpractice. So they treated her, and she came out of it. She woke up, and she's like, oh, crying. And I'm like, just be honest. Yeah, I don't expect anything from you. I said, we could be happy. She was into spanking. She liked to be spanked. She got me into that. I'm like, God. So, I've actually got somebody coming up to the room to take her bags. I'm going to put her on a plane back to Ohio. And, one thing leads to another. I cancel the bags. But eventually it was like, I took her to the airport. I called her father, who was a cunt. Her family is all fucked up, her family is all fucked up. And this guy owned the 911 system in Mansfield, Ohio. Born again Christian, right? Evangelical, and just a total fucking cunt. Just a fucking cunt. And I let him know that too at the time. It was like, you fucking prick, you've ruined your son and your two daughters. You've ruined your children, and he won't, So I call him and I'm like, meet your daughter at the airport, don't let her just, and he's giving me shit. He says, aren't you the man that flew her out there? I go, yeah. And you're the motherfucker that's her father, and you're going to take her back. After that, it was like, I'm back in LA. Phone rings. A few months later, it's her on the phone. I'm like, are you all right? How you doing? She says, well, I'm getting married. I'm like, well, good for you. And she says, yeah, and he's right here. Would you like to talk to him? No. Fuck no. Why do I want to talk to this guy? What the fuck do I want to talk to this motherfucker? And that was the last time I spoke to her. So anyway. Hence an aging bachelor with 2 heart attacks and a bottle of rum. Yo-ho. That's quite smooth. It really is. It's quite smooth. That's not bad. Jamaican rum. What is the proof? Uh, 40%. 80 proof. 80 proof. That ain't too bad. And it's not really a light rum. It's not a white rum. I don't drink white booze. But it's a very light compared to, say, the dark navy rum. I don't want to get into that shit. So, yeah, no, if I got drunk, I wouldn't tear this thing up. It's already fucking tore up. Looks like a bomb went off in here. I got every kind of survival apparatus you can think of. What I need is a young woman who just wants to do my dishes, shake her ass in my face once in a while. That's really all What I want to do is get back out and shoot. I'm closer to the free state-run gun range. There's one down in Zelensky, not Zaleski, not Ukrainian. It's Zaleski. There's a forest down in southern Ohio, and there's a open rifle range down there. I used to live very near there, near Athens. Now I'm south of Lancaster. If you want to look at a map, it's too far a drive, and I don't go to gun ranges anymore because they're just full of stupid people. But I really want to go and just shoot my fucking guns. The only thing, I don't like cleaning them afterwards. You know, I don't like cleaning them. And with the weather and fucking having a heart attack kind of puts a kibosh on going deer hunting. For the past 4 years or so, I bought deer permits and a hunting license, and I tried to go out twice, and at the time, I'd get 50 yards into the woods and just feel like shit. I thought about opening a gun range, but at the time I had money, and there were a lot of they have ruined southern Ohio. A lot of these overseas corporations came in and started clear cutting the forest, and I mean clear cutting, just fucking devastating it. But they would leave these open areas, hilly and good for nothing else. And I came real close. I wanted to buy this one property down southern Ohio that would have made an excellent 2 or 3 gun ranges, because they were up against like a bluff, where they had dug shit out with heavy equipment, and it would have made a perfect place. And I also wanted to open it up. I was going to call it This Means War, and open it up to people that wanted to come. And, there was an old house there. I was going to just use that for let people do their paintball thing and come down and shoot actual weapons. But of course that fell through, so I couldn't do that. That was when all the shit hit the fan, I was down there, I had the money. You got a house for sale where? Where in Ohio? Not that I can buy it. Not that I can buy it, but if it was out in the middle of nowhere, it would be perfect, because if you would lease it to me, and it had property, I could put in a gun range. But if you're any closer than a half a mile another property, you can't do it, and you need a good sized embankment to shoot into. I have no fucking idea where Midvale is. I'm in central Ohio, just south of Lancaster, if you look on a map. I used to be down near Athens when they pulled this bullshit with the planned, 2020. I had just started a bed and breakfast. I was leasing a 6-bedroom log cabin. It was a piece of shit, but the guy, my landlord, of course, turned out to be a total fucking, just typical born-again Christian, just a total fuck. Just a total hypocrite. Oh, so I saw a light out there. I'm like, that's a new light. And I realized somebody put another fucking trailer over in front of the lake, blocking my view. Wonderful. So, yeah, it was Athens, right outside of Athens, which is a university town. And there were gobs of young women down there. It was great, And I had this place, 2 places actually, and both landlords turned out to be. One was just this great building on an old farm, but the guy was, it turns out he was just a fucking creep. 10-year history of moving people in, mostly women, and then creeping them out, taking pictures of their children and shit. This fucking, I kicked his ass in court. And then the next one was this born-again Christian. He had some bullshit church he was with, who owned billions of dollars worth of property. and he was running some scam downtown with some building and Christian students paying out the ass. And he had this cabin that wasn't being used, 6 bedrooms. It was great, right outside of Athens, 5 minutes outside Athens. I turned it into a bed and breakfast with, a couple of different companies. I was booking people steady because I had fixed it up as my best I could, until I realized this guy was a. So, and then they pulled this bullshit and they shut down the university. Everything shut down. Everybody canceled, and I got out from under that. It's not quite Amish down there, Well, actually, it is, but it isn't. Not like eastern Ohio or Pennsylvania, but there's a lot of Amish all through the area, and some of them are quite inbred. They're quite inbred, which is a shame because they're good people, good German stock. So, where was Midvale? I mean, quarter acre. You didn't say where the fuck Midvale is. Yeah, quarter acre. That's right on top of people. I need something that's, a good half a mile away from anybody else. Because there's going to be guns and shit going off. I came so close to pulling that off, and each time these cunts in government, just pull a rug out from under me, just fuck me in the ass, each and every fucking time. So I haven't been. It's near Lancaster, is it really? I gotta look up. I don't. Well, if I do it now, I might get cut off. Just give me a you know give me a better idea of near Lincoln Midvale. I mean, if it's in the middle of some shithole little town, I can't do anything with it. Oh, really? Lancaster ain't a bad little town. It ain't a bad little town. I'm south of it, so I'm outside of. Basically, I got away from the city to be away from the coming apocalypse. But now I have to go back every other day or so and try to make $1 because my phone stopped ringing because of illegals. I won't go into that again. Fucking end up driving these cocksuckers around. Look at that. I'm shedding like a motherfucker. Every time I do this, fucking white hair comes out of my fucking beard. So, nah, it ain't so much Obama as it was. Presidents are just puppets, including Trump. He's not really making any decisions. The people above him, are doing it. This goes way back to almost to World War II, where the plan was put into place. Kennedy threw a monkey wrench into shit because he thought he was actually president. And so they said they blew his brains out real quick. I'm just, fuck. Presidents there hasn't been a real president since Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was a real president. He got in by like one vote in the electoral college. It was his army that put him into power. They voted for him and said, "We want this guy running shit," and he did. He actually did. He kept his promise. He wiped out the fucking savages. That was inevitable. You can't live with savages. That's like right now. There's a certain type of person. My pass These people are savages, and they know it. 13% of the population, 100% of the time. And it's going to come to the same conclusion. Eventually, someone's going to say, just like these savages that used to burn women and children at the stake, if you were one of these foolish white people that went out into the frontier, these savages were cutting them up and burning them in fires, your children. These people are basically the same, for the most part. The Hodge twins. You get people like that they're reasonable. They're not fucking savages. They're savage, but they're not savages. So, where did I get onto that? Fucking. Anyway. So. Yeah, I came on here for the weird phone call purporting to be a certain bank. I still can't figure that one out. But I threw it out there, I say, if you're really a bank and you're telling me you're recording the call, I said, I was giving serious consideration to going out to California and putting a bullet in this fucking Spick's head. Oh, did I say Spick? I meant to say person of color. I meant, because this guy basically burned me for $1 million. The first time when I was in California, used my Social Security. You can steal Social Security right now, and they're just handing them out like candy now, to these fucking mud people. This guy stole it and fucked my Amex account for $400,000, and then thought it was funny to do it again 15 years later, and defrauded the SBA for $500,000 in my name. Highway 36. Oh, yeah. 30, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. I'm just wondering how much more we can get fucked. By the very people that we keep putting in power. Voted for these cunts 3 times. And they turn around and just keep fucking us in the ass. There he is, just there a couple hours ago, doing a fucking press conference with Netanyahu, kissing this fucking Zionist ass, saying how we support Israel. And they're the ones they're trying to destroy the West. They want everybody dead because they love human sacrifice. That's a fact. They've been doing that for 5,000 years, throwing people on the fire. And they're smartest guys in like I said, Mark Twain postulated about it, but he was defending them. He condemned the Austrian government. It was 1900 something. He condemned the Austrian government for passing anti-Jewish laws, but that's what happened World War I to World War II. They were the ones stirring the shit, lending the money at interest. So these Austrians had passed these laws, and he said, that's a terrible thing. You shouldn't do that. And then he said, but then he wondered why these people, why maybe they are genetically superior to everyone else. How else were they producing so many physicists at the time? These guys were dominating the mathematics and physics field. They still do. How is it they are such a higher IQ than the rest of not just white Europeans and Americans, but the whole world. And he said, well, I know what it is. It's inbreeding. The people that rule the world for 10,000 years have been fucking their own. So you produce genius or you produce, you know, just mud, and you get rid of the mud and you preserve the genius. That, and they fixed upon this idea of fractional banking, which was genius. At the time there was no banking. So they fixed upon this idea of fractional banking at interest. And once you do that to a kingdom, a nation, an individual, you got them by the balls forever. You're Austrian? Bullshit. You'd be northern Italy, I guess. I rode a motorcycle through part of that, through the Tyrol in Austria. I didn't go deep into Austria. I probably should have. I wanted to go to Vienna, but I didn't. I went through the Tyrol, which is southern Austria, and northern. I think it's part of northern Italy. Yeah, yeah. And at the time, I wanted to get a stamp at every border, and that was when the EU started in the late '80s, and they didn't give a shit. They're like, we don't have. You got a stamp? I don't have a stamp for that. Your passport. So, yeah, yeah. And that area of the world changed hands so many times, people don't remember. But now that's another thing I just saw, not just Trump selling us out to the Israelites, but Hungary and Poland putting their foot down and saying the rest of Europe can go fuck itself. You've been taken over by the Marxists. That's all it is, Marxism, which is supported by the Zionists. And it's a losing proposition. I mean, I saw a great movie. Just saw a great movie. It's called, what was it called? Child 44, I think. Child 44. It was Tom Hardy and a couple other really great actors, and it was about these were Soviet Russian officials covering up murders, basically, because there is no murder in paradise. That was the line. Stalin's Russia, they lied about everything, and these guys were part of the secret police, dragging people out of their homes night and day, looking for traitors. Just like now, everybody's a traitor. Everybody's a traitor, which is all bullshit. And they were dragging people out of their homes. But Tom Hardy had a conscience. He was a Soviet hero. Supposedly, it was the story about the guy who is in the photograph of putting the Soviet flag on top of the Reichstag when they took over Berlin. One of those soldiers was actually this guy who became a police guy afterwards, and he realized that there was a serial killer running around murdering little boys, which they exist, But in Soviet Union, there are no murderers. These were all accidents, There are no murders in paradise. So he's trying to investigate this at the same time, trying to keep his own skin and save his wife and all this. It's a great fucking movie. It's about surviving because the guy, it's a true story. The guy survived the Stalinist Russia. I won't give it away, but I think it was Child 44 or something 44. There were 44 fucking dead boys. And one guy was sick fuck, was like that. His name, what was his name? It's like the guy that was killing and eating people. They made a big deal about that. It was during when Russia was collapsing, Soviet Union was collapsing. There was a guy, sick fuck. He was murdering and eating people in Russia. True story with a Jewish twist. There's always the Jewish twist in Hollywood, of course. Oh, so you know the movie I'm talking about? Yeah, it was. Did I watch it on YouTube? I'm either YouTube or I stumbled across it on one of the free movie things. My eye is bugging the shit out of me. I got this. I'm gonna have to go to the doctor, but I have no eye insurance with Medicare. I got this. I was developing a cataract over time, and something must have come loose because I got this fucking thing floating around in front of my eye, and it just bugs the shit out of me. Because Child 44, yeah, 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 yeah. You guys, there's 6 of you. Watch that movie. Watch. It's not a floater. It's a cataract. It's because it's stationary, but it appears to move. So maybe something came loose. I don't know. Let me show you close. Child 40, outstanding fucking movie. Tom Hardy is a great actor. This guy, he was fantastic in The Revenant. Everything he does, he even did that silly monster thing. The what is it called? Where he turns into the black thing. I used to smoke weed. I don't smoke. You know what I do? I bought like a pound of vitamin A compound, and I was putting that in my coffee and my tea and shit for a while, and it actually sharpened up my eyesight. I couldn't read shit on the TV, small print on it, and I started putting that in. But you can overdose on vitamin A, believe it or not. So, but I don't think it does shit for the cataract thing. I'm gonna have to figure out some way to get it cut out one of these days. I used to smoke lots of weed, but I can't do it anymore. The other thing is, if you smoke weed and you get busted or questioned, or if you get a weed card, a dispensary thing, they'll come for your guns eventually when the DEA or whoever finds out. Vitamin A, yeah, it stays in your system if you do too much of it. But I was just putting a tiny bit in, and it actually sharpened up my vision. If you drink too much water, it's not that you get drunk. It's distilled water, but you got to drink so much water you drown first. Tincture. I also have a big jar of CBD powder. And I was making my own tincture and doing that, but it's like I wasn't sure if that was actually doing anything. It might be a fucking old, just a scam. Yeah, I know you can see yeah. Good luck drinking 2 gallons of water. See, I would do all of that, but I don't want them taking my. I love guns. I didn't used to be into guns. Most of my life I didn't have a gun, and then a buddy of mine gave me a Mauser, 1898 8mm Mauser rifle from World War I era. Gave it to me, $75 in exchange for rent, because I had a place at the time, and he rented a room and gave me this fucking Mauser. So we'd fire that once in a while, and then I found out that he changed the 8mm rounds, and it could have blown up on me at any time. And then one day I moved to a different couple of places. Still had the Mauser, and I had a neighbor from hell upstairs who was just a complete dick. I mean, just noise and fucked up people coming and going, and I couldn't take it anymore. And he starts giving me shit out on the back stoop. I grabbed that fucking rifle, and I was ready to blow his fucking brains out. And I thought, what am I doing? What am I fucking, because he's like, him and his buddy are freaking out. I'm standing there with that fucking rifle. And I'm like, oh, you're not worth it. I go back inside. The next thing you know, I got 10 cops front and back door. Boom, 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 boom. All drawn guns on me. This cunt had called the cops like a pussy. I get thrown into jail, and of course it was like on a Friday or a Saturday. So I'm stuck in jail all weekend. And this cocksucker is laughing as they're driving out. I'm like, this guy? So at the time, I actually had an attorney. He shows up Monday morning, and I'm standing there in the fucking, orange, orange is a new black outfit. Everybody in the jail was looking at me like, why the fuck are you in here? You're not a scumbag like we are. I'm like, yeah, some shit happens. So the guy doesn't show up, of course. So there's no witness against me. Charges dismissed. And I'm like, this motherfucker. I get back to the house, and he's moving out. He is like packing and gone. And then I hear him coming back in, and I can hear him upstairs. All his shit was gone. He came back, I guess, to sleep the night and then leave the next morning. And I thought, I should just go upstairs and fucking whack him right now. No, I should just go up there, tap him on the forehead. Boom. No, I didn't do it. I was like, nah, fuck, he'll be gone. But I put the fear of God in him, because the next day he was leaving with somebody else who picked him up, and they had put stuff in the car, and I followed him all the way to where he was going. It was probably his mommy's house. I pull up, and they see me out there, and I drive away. So, that's better than any kind of violent action, is to put the fear of God into somebody, and they're like, this guy might come back. So they're looking over their shoulder for like the next 10 years. That's the best. Was I a hitman? I should have been. I would have money now. Bubba. That's Jamaican rum. It's very smooth. That's why I went for the rum instead. I probably should have eaten something first. I had something earlier. Oh, a piece of pork. Yeah, pork loin. See, that's the thing. My guts. I can't handle this shit anymore. It's just my fucking system is so fucked up. So I'm still on, dinner. Yeah. Oh, it's already 8 o'clock here. What I got messages. T-Mobile. Somebody that all uses a subscribe. Congrats, you've ranked in the top 10% of American restaurant reviews. Well, isn't that special? I don't get shit for it. Oh yeah, Cleveland and Youngstown were mobbed up. In fact, when I first came back to Columbus from California, I went to work for a couple of different limo companies, and one of them was American. I'll name a name. And they were out of Cleveland. And they had the grandson of the founder was running the shop down here in Columbus. Fucking asshole. Just a total fucking asshole. And his manager was an asshole too. So I went to work for these guys. And goddamn well, a limo company in Cleveland, they were mobbed up. Yeah, driver for Minnesota daycare. I would love to have gotten some, even though it's fraud. It's just amazing that shit went on, and probably nobody's going to pay for it. I mean, the governor, the people in government, fucking Elon and her fucking shit, and all these fucking mud people. There's a bunch of them here in Columbus too, Central Ohio, and they're all defrauding the system. But too many people get their palms greased, People don't talk about the short buses. There's a lot of that going around too. Uh, People don't talk about the mob. They're not as powerful, as prevalent as they once were. They kind of got gutted. They're still around, of course. They've just legitimized a lot of their businesses. You know, the government called the mob called the government basically wised up and took over from the wise guys. That's a funny thing is they yeah, they're all into politics. Uh, that's a funny thing. That's what they used to call the limo driver was the guy that hauled the bodies away in the trunk. JFK was put in by the mob and taken out by elements of the CIA and the mob. Yeah, JFK's dad. JFK's he was hooked up, running molasses and booze from Canada. That's what The Godfather was based on, was trucking shit from Canada during the Depression or the Prohibition. Yeah, unfortunately, they were all in on that shit. Weird times, man. Weird. Since 1968, they whacked. They whacked Bobby. They whacked Martin Luther King. They whacked somebody else in '68. Bush. The Bush family are big with the CIA. I mean, they were the guy that shot Hinckley, the guy that shot Reagan. He used to hang around with the Bush boys. Isn't that strange? Isn't that weird? And that went under the fucking radar. Just nobody cared. It's like, he was fucking hanging around with George Bush and his brothers. He was more than the head of the CIA. Yeah, he was a dirty motherfucker. That first Bush. Those are the guys that basically pulled off a bloodless coup d'etat after Johnson. They were, they wanted, and it all goes back to the same tiny hat people. They wanted to stir the shit in the Middle East. They created North Korea. They created Iraq. They created Iran. They created Libya. The CIA installed all these motherfuckers along with the KGB, like North Korea and all that. Because they needed you need a bad guy. You need a spook. And they stirred the shit for most of my life. And then they went in, with their real estate venture, knocking down a couple of towers, made a few billion, and then convinced everybody to go over and start slaughtering ragheads who were trained basically indirectly by the CIA and Zelensky, not Zelensky, I can't want to say Zelensky. Ah, fuck, what was his name? All these spooks, Yeah, don't get me. I'm the one you shouldn't get started. I've had not really a lot, just a couple of sips, but hell, I talk about this shit for hours without booze, and people are still sitting there listening to me, which is remarkable. Probably because Portland Andy's not on. Is he on? If he is, contact him. Tell him I'm live, and I'll put it on the TV, and he can put me up in the corner and mute me. And Andy's kind of funny about me. He's, he don't want me fucking getting the limelight or nothing. You know, even when I was throwing money at him to get my name all over it, he, you can see it in his eye. He didn't like it. Even in Vegas, you know, he was, oh, everybody, and I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, I'm not a threat live wise. I mean, this, I'm no, 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 no. But it's when the chopper thing was fun though. You got to do that one day. Doors off, chopper ride, because they fly right over the fucking city. I mean, 1,000 feet is not very high in a chopper, and it's a little bird. It's a tiny little fucking thing. You know, it's like it's the frame of it. It's not even tube frame. It's fucking square frame welding together. You know, this little tiny fucking bubble you're sitting in, and you know the engine is, well, it's barely strong enough to get you off the ground. But that's a freaky thing, flying in a chopper 1,000 feet. I like Andy. Andy's a good guy. He really is. He's a funny motherfucker. And I'm like one of those people that first stumbled across him back in the day. And he was confronting these Antifa assholes, just walking right up to him with a camera and giving them shit, you know, right into the middle of them. You know they're a bunch of pussies because they didn't do shit. They didn't do shit. And Andy, I actually blurted out. You know, I didn't do it purposefully. I blurted out his real name, and they blackballed me for a little while. But you can find that. Just do a search, you know, because he pissed off a lot of fucking retards, a lot of fucking fake Marxists. These people. I ran into a bunch of them locally. They didn't pull that shit too much here in Columbus. If they had, they probably would have had more than a couple of people shooting at them. But yeah, those kind of people are just a waste. You know, they're paid. You know, you got it's pretty pathetic when you got to pay people to fake having some kind of opposition. You know, but then you'll get dumb people who, you know, that they'll fall for this shit. Yeah, when I first saw him, he was going into the middle of Portland where all these retards were dressed in black, bunch of, you know, spindly little fucking queers, and just getting right in their faces, you know, and they don't know what to do. And then the one guy that was chasing after him and sprayed mace at him, you know, from the back. I mean, Andrew just, he pulled his punches. He should have fucking taken the guy out, but I guess he figured, you know, they just want to push you because they know the Portland police are crooked and will drag you off and keep you in jail while they'll release these assholes, you know, as soon as they get around the corner. Anyhow, yeah, took the mace to the face. Oh, wow, what a world, huh? What a fucking world. But it's weird. I'm surprised that you guys came on. Usually nobody sticks around, but because I usually don't look at the uh, chat. I usually don't look at it, but I realize there's 3 or 4 of you that you're from the the de-evolution group, Portland Andy. Yeah, you're not. Exterior Bill's not here. But having 5 people stick around this long is remarkable. Usually people get up, you know, they get bored with me because I'm not. I mean, even I find myself sitting and watching just goofy shit, and they've got hundreds, if not thousands, of people watching, and they've got people throwing money at them, you know, just for just sitting there. There's one that I really dig now. She's, what is her name? Jen something. She's a ventriloquist. She's got these dummies, and she sings. She's this hot little fucking Hispanic chick, and her sister comes on once in a while. There's only one. Jen something. Fuck, I can't remember. Anyway, if you find her, I mean, she's cute as fuck. Nice little body, but she does it, and she's really good. You know, she's ventriloquist, and she sings, and she sits there with the dummy. You know, it's fucking. Uh, so anyway, I feel like one of these cam girls are always peeing. You notice that? Well, because they're always drinking. They can't live with themselves, shaking their ass or sticking shit in their cunt. But the kind of money they make, oh my God! You know, even the bad ones are making six figures. It's just fucking crazy. You know, throw some money at them and they'll stick a dildo in their ass. What's it all about there, Alfie? So, yeah, I'm thinking of a way to reinvent myself to keep from ending up in the fucking street, the poorhouse. Since there's nothing I can do about this influx of illegals, that's a done deal, and they're not really getting rid of them. Somebody was showing some videos here in Columbus where ICE is supposedly actually going after some of these, but you know they're grabbing up one or two people. You know, they're grabbing up one, and I'm like, I could show you 1,000 of them right now. Call Uber or Lyft. Every single one of them, you know, 9 out of 10 of them are going to be a fucking illegal. Just have them all come to a building, have them pull in the fucking building, and you nab them right there, confiscate their car, ship them out. They'll be back in less than a month. I kind of wonder what it's all about. I mean, even this. Think about it, guys. This is the weird girls. This is the weirdest fucking thing. You know, we're all just kind of like sitting around with our thumbs up our asses on the interwebs of all things. And I'm old enough to remember there was no such thing. Rotary phones, for fuck's sake, and you had to go down the street to a pay phone and stick a dime in it to make a fucking phone call, and then hope somebody was there because nobody had an answering machine. That was the communication back then. And now we got this, and it's like, what are we doing with it? I'll tell you what I'm doing with it. I'm not a drinking man anymore. I used to be, because I'm, you know, mostly just miserable motherfucker. But friends who probably still do. A lot of them, you look at my friends, guys that are my age, they look fucking, you know, all wrinkled and puffy and red in the face and shit. They're always looking at me and they're like, "What? You're pushing 70? You're 69? Yeah. Wow. You don't look." I'm kind of like, well, I stopped smoking a long time ago. You know, I'll still smoke a little weed, like when I'm hanging out with Portland Andy or one of my older buddies here in Ohio. Like another buddy of mine has a place down in Virgin Islands. He flew me down there. God bless him. I was miserable because my back was totally fucked. And the bugs. Him and his wife smoke cigars, of all things, you know. Sitting by this pool and then smoking cigars. Bugs don't touch them. I got fucking eaten alive. I mean, I had bug bites all over me, and nasty ones too. They call them no-see-ums. You never even see the bug. They're so tiny little black flies. You can't even see them. And the next thing you know, you're covered with fucking bugs. So that's, they talk about the Virgin Islands. That's why it's not being developed. Otherwise, it would be a paradise. It's a shithole. The Virgin Islands are a shithole. I mean, fuck. It's like the worst ghetto in Chicago or, any Detroit, any worst city. It's like the worst ghetto, but it's on an island, so you can't go anywhere. Every other building is falling apart because it's been destroyed and not rebuilt. No, they don't rebuild anything down there because they're black. It's like Africa. But we own it for some ungodly reason. Oh, no. See, I wish bugs fucking love me. They absolutely love me. And the fucking bites get infected and shit. It's my constitution, my blood. So anyway, I thought it was going to be, but it didn't help that, the roads are absolute shit. And he's not a great driver, my buddy, and my back was just, at the time, it was just fucking, my lower back. I had a laminectomy, they call it. They literally take a piece of your spine out to relieve the pressure on your spinal cord instead of fixing the actual problem, which is what American medicine does. They just treat it. They don't cure it. They don't fix it. I'd work for, you know what? I started filling out applications for ICE on the Homeland Security website. They got a list of jobs, different classifications and shit. And it takes forever. I finally got through the stupid thing. I mean, they're asking you all these dumbass questions and shit. But it's like, they're not going to hire me. And I can't remember what it was. Some enforcement position. I mean, I'm like, you put me in an office. I'll do research. I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, and that's all a scam, too. They're not getting rid of it. Here in Central Ohio, everywhere you turn, there's some fucking mud person, piece of shit that can't read or write. And, I don't blame them. I blame these cunts that are shipping them in like cattle. You should apply. They're hiring anybody right now. I just saw another report. They were, typical left-wing bullshit CNN or some shit. I don't watch it, but I think they were reporting it on a conservative thing. They were crying about the fact that, now the Border Patrol, you say half of them are Hispanic. How can they do this to their own people? And they're going, well, they need the job. They just want to. No, they want to fucking put on a uniform and go out and chase people around is what they want to do. And most of the Border Patrol don't do shit. You just drive around in the desert. Go sit in an air-conditioned trailer somewhere in the middle of nowhere. They're not actually patrolling. And besides, nobody's coming across anymore. That was all bullshit. They were flying them in. They weren't marching them across the fucking Rio Grande. That was all for show. That was all for the theater. They were the CIA. There was one guy online, Monkey Works, I think he called himself. He was former Air Force, so he had this whole system set up where he could, you can track flights. And even though most of the military flights are fake, they got ghost planes flying around, he was following these regular flights of Coletta, which is a freight company that was actually started by the drag race champion. Coletta and Atlas. Atlas is the other one. They're both CIA. You know, they don't call it Air America anymore. And they were flying in human cargo. They were flying them in from Central and South America, flying them into military bases. And he's tracking this shit, you know? And the people would drive by the military bases, you could see the fucking camps right there, you know? People in them. They were bringing these people in on a daily basis, flying in plane loads of these fucking mud people and putting them in military bases. So our own military was in on it, you know? Monkey Works. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. Not Skunk Works, but Monkey Works. Yeah. Interesting guy. Although I'm thinking he could be another, although he seemed sincere. You know, he could be following ghost planes. He could be, but he was showing our military wants other people to watch it. They want the Chinese to see it. They want the Koreans to see it. They want the Israelis are looking at it anyway. They want these people to look at this shit and say, fucking United States, man. They've got jets in the air all day long, every single fucking day and night. You know, fighters, trainers, transport, everything, even the bombers and shit, you know, the ones that they don't take off the radar. And most of them probably real because they got nothing but money. Even here in Ohio, you go up to Mansfield. They used to have a refueling wing at Rickenbacker here in Columbus. I think they moved those guys. But they're up in Mansfield. They've got a whole shitload of C-130s, and they're flying them around. They train them up there in Mansfield, of all places. And it's, you know, they're National Guard color, but it's military. And occasionally you'd see an Air Force, Silver Air Force C-130 coming and going. And they're training pilots there all day long, you know. I can talk longer than you. I can talk forever about this shit because it's up here. You know, it's like verbal diarrhea, which I got diarrhea anyway. Oh, the drugs. Let me show. Since many of you have stayed, let me show you what the medical industry has done to me. Stand by. I've got it right here. Hang on. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can barely pick this shit up. Over the past few years, and it ain't just the heart attacks, it's various other ailments. They started prescribing shit. I gotta piss again. Hang on, let me pee first so I don't pee myself. Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta pee, I'm right here. I gotta show you the drugs. Oh, oh, all right, that's better. That's better. Hang on a second, I'm gonna close these blinds. Not that anybody can see I'm doing anything. There's nobody out there but us chickens. So, the medical industry. These motherfuckers. Over the years, you know, they say, well, years ago, I mean, it was 2018. They said, "Oh, your thyroid's not working." 2018, 2019. You picked up some kind of pathogen or a virus. I was foolishly drinking spring water down in southern Ohio and developed colitis, which is wonderful. You just shit yourself all the time. And so they give you one drug for this and one drug for that and one drug. And over time, this is just, that's not prescription. But this is, the rest, I'm going to show you. Let me show you this. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Entresto. Wonderful. Oh, you have to take this, Mr. Lucan. It's for your heart. If you don't take it, you might die. Well, guess what this does? It spikes your blood pressure, so it might kill you. Gabapentin. And this is one doctor after another just throwing prescription drugs. Thank you, Pfizer. Brought to you by Pfizer. Gabapentin. This stuff is deadly. This is one of the worst. This shit will fucking kill you. And I got a bunch of that. Here's another one. Ah, here we go. Oh, I dropped it. Tamsulosin. I don't remember what it does. That's not prescription. Here's one. Look at that. Metformin. This is for your blood sugar. I've got bottles and bottles. I must have hundreds by 2 or 3 different doctors. They just keep throwing it. That shit will fuck you up. Is it really effective? Who knows? Baclofen. I put back on there. Why? It's a muscle relaxer. Because at times the pain is so bad I can't fucking move. I can't get out of bed. I can't walk. If I sit in the straight back chair, blah, blah, blah. I've got gobs of that shit. I mean, gobs of it. Just bottle after bottle of that kind of shit. What's this? What's this? Atorvastatin. The overprescription of statins. I've read about that. And I bring this up to these doctors. Why? One doctor gives me atorvastatin. Another doctor gives me, was it the Entresto? Or was it? Jesus Christ, I got so much of it. Well, there was another one. You're not supposed to take them together. And one doctor says, "Oh, wait a minute. This Ristososososo, whatever the fuck the stupid name they give it. You're not supposed to take that with this one. It will destroy you." He says, "Your kidneys are being destroyed. Your kidneys are failing. Stop taking that." I'm like, "Oh, beautiful, beautiful." There's another muscle relaxer. Tamsulosin. That was the bottle I dropped. Here's more. Full. Absolutely chock full. What do we have here? Good old aspirin. They got to fucking prescribe you aspirin, but guess what? It's little tiny baby aspirin. You know what? This is the only effective drug that they give you with the 9 or 10 other fucking drugs they were giving me, trying to make me take it every single day. I'm like, just admit it. This is the stuff that's actually doing the job. This is what's thinning my blood. The rest of this stuff is poison. They won't admit it, of course not. The doctors got really pissed at me because I would investigate each and every one of these and then point out the side effects. What is that? Tadalafil. More Tadalafil. Here's some more baclofen. More Entresto. More Entresto. More Entresto. This stuff was crashing my blood pressure. I have a blood pressure, I have my own blood pressure doohickey. When I stopped taking these drugs, my blood pressure returned to normal. And they say, oh, you can't stop taking that. I say, well, I stopped taking it and everything returned to, here's the one, ranolazine. Don't take this with the statin. It's dangerous. Well, one doctor gave me this, another doctor gave me that, and it took another doctor to say, you're not supposed to mix it. I go, no shit, Sherlock. I said, it's not by choice. You guys are... There's more ranolazine. Come on, focus, you bitch. Ranolazine. Full... I've got a goddamn drugstore here now because I stopped taking all of this shit. What's this? Methocarbamol. Come on, focus. I want everybody to read this. You fucking whore. There you go. Methocarbamol. Carbamol. Not null, mol. God knows what the fuck that does. More baclofen. And then I would buy every over-the-counter thing. Thyroid support doesn't work. Fucking vitamin D doesn't do it. Look at this. And this is the shit that I just quit taking. More metformin. I've got enough to poison an army. Tamsulosin. More Tamsulosin. Ooh, that one's chock full. Won't even rattle. Good old Pepto-Bismol. This is my drugstore. Good old zinc. This is actually probably the only thing that does do any good, zinc. But they don't give you that. They're not going to prescribe you that. Here we go. This is handy. Amoxicillin. But it's not just amoxicillin. Come on, focus. Does this stuff work? I mean, maybe not. Amoxicillin, there it goes. With clav something. What the potassium. Clavulinate potassium. Amoxicillin. Unreal. That's the only thing that I really keep just in case, because it's an actually, it supposedly does. It will kill pathogens. More metformin. And then there were drugs that they told me to stop taking. Here's one of them. God knows what it was. It's written on the sheet. It's not. I'm not going to open that up. Doesn't matter. Here's yet another one. They said stop taking this one. It's bad. It's a bad thing. Just another little white pill. Stop taking that one and start taking this one. I'm like, okay. So, I mean, this thing is full of shit that I researched, and I said, this is not good, this is a bad thing. And the doctors get pissy, and then they say, oh, yeah, you stop taking that, start taking this, and, the replacement is just as bad. No, by the way, By the way, this one might make you want to kill yourself. Say, oh, the drug you're giving me, you're not curing anything, you're treating. The drug you're giving me, as far as I know, none of them are antidepressants. But they're giving antidepressants to depressed little girls, children even, because they're depressed. You know, they're unhappy. But it might make you want to commit suicide. Are you fucking kidding me? So here's some new ones. There's some more. Oh, yeah, well. There's some more atorvastatin. And I read a couple of white papers that said, these statins are being overprescribed. Here's the stuff for my thyroid. Levothoxyrin. This stuff, the first doctor, she was really cute. I mean, and she stopped practicing. She went into research or something. And I dearly miss her. She started giving me this, saying, well, your thyroid, your blood work came back, your thyroid's not working. Take this. So I started taking this stuff, and it's in 2 or 3 different forms. Guess what? I did the research on this. It had been, not this particular one, but an earlier one, the same shit. Everything's made in communist China, right? Well, it had been recalled, like a car. Like a fucked up car. The drug, levoxythyroline, had been recalled, and no doctors knew about it. Who makes it? Pfizer, Merck, Johnson & Johnson, don't matter. They fucking recalled it, but they don't tell anybody. It's like, well, that bad batch of ground beef that giving people E. coli and killing children that we're not keeping records about. That's the same, the same fucking thing. It's been recalled. And I told her that, and she's like, and I said, I'm not taking this anymore. But eventually they put you back on it. Because it's like, well, your thyroid just not working. Your thyroid's right here. 2 of them right here. They regulate your innards. You might be having problems because your thyroid. So they took away the Entresto. Oh, yeah, the Entresto. And they started giving me, I keep wanting to show it, Pasugrel. More Pasugrel. What is that? I fucking don't know. That and another one called, oh, look at that, more Pasugrel. And here's another one, a new one. Stop taking that other shit. Start taking losartan. Come on, God damn it! You're not cooperating, YouTube. There we go, losartan potassium. No fucking clue. Oh, more metformin. Mr. Lucan, you have to take these. You had another heart attack because you stopped taking it. No, I had another heart attack because the first time they only put stents. I had 3 blocked arteries. Now, I just saw another doctor, yet another fucking cardiologist, who said that's kind of a different, same hospital group, different office. He said that first heart attack you had, the EMTs and the nurses, they said they called it the Widowmaker. The first heart attack I had back in June, July. He said most people don't survive that, let alone, Rick. I said, well, I was conscious the whole fucking time. It was wonderful. While they were sticking these stents in my arm, pushing them up into my heart, I had 3 blocked arteries. They put stents into 2 of them. Okay? They left the third. I'm like, shouldn't you just do all 3? Well, I figure they knew I was going to come back, that I have to get another fucking procedure, because they want to charge Medicare 20 grand for a procedure. Medicare only gives them two grand maybe. So they got to keep billing, to make that 20 grand they want to make. The bill was up to over 150,000 the first time around, pushing 200,000. Now it's probably over 200,000. First time I went in, they said, and this recent cardiologist, he says, man, most people don't make it that first one. It's remarkable you did. Then he also kind of let slip. He's like, so you've been back in. They put 2 more stents in. And I said, did they put it in the third one that's blocked? He says, no, actually they put 2 more into the ones they already did. I said, yeah, those didn't plug up again because I wasn't taking these drugs. I said, no, you can't, you're not blaming me. He goes, quite frankly, I can't understand why they didn't just do a bypass, open you up and do a bypass. I'm like, okay, should have recorded that. Here's some more. Methylprednisolone. Methylprednisolone. Whatever the fuck that is. I had more, I think this is more amoxicillin. I think. Azithromycin. A different fucking... You want to know what actually fucking... I mean, look, here. This is just another round of new stuff that they changed, because the other stuff was fucking killing me. So, you want to know what the only drug that actually did save my life? Back when everybody was going in, the fake planned demic thing, This is, I think that's it. Oh, the other thing is nitroglycerin, the explosive. They give me little jars of that for when I get an attack. Nitro. Here it is. This is the only thing. I went in the hospital, a different hospital, with the, the co thing. Calm down. the so-called, I didn't get the jab. Thank God. Because people are having all kinds, but I think they surreptitiously gave it to me when I was at Riverside in Columbus, because after that is when I started having the heart problems. I didn't have heart problems before that, magically. After I go in and I told them, the first thing they asked me is, have you had the vaccine? It's not a vaccine. I said, no, and I don't want it. So there's no record of it. There's a record of every other drug, but not that. But I'm thinking, because the look she gave me was, just utter disgust. It's like, then another doctor came in, looked like he was about 12 years old, all wrapped up in plastic and mask. And he's trying to talk me into being ventilated. He says, if need be, do we have your permission to put you on a ventilator? I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I told them, all of them, I said, you get 75 grand per person to stick them on one of those things, and they are known to be blowing out people's lungs. I said, what's going on in New York? The Javits Center and the hospital ship that Trump sent to New York, not one single patient put in a bed. Not one. Hundreds and hundreds of beds. Not one single person. Cuomo puts these fucking sick people in with the old folks. That's euthanasia, man. No, you can't see grandma. We're trying to kill her. Oh, back to this. I was sick as a dog. Sick as a dog. And they were sticking twice a day, sticking anti clotting meds in me. I'm like, why would I get a blood clot? you know, is it this engineered virus, this engineered bioweapon that's giving people clots, or is it the shot that they're giving people? I said, but I'm only in bed for 3 days. Why are you giving me twice a day these I said, stop giving me them goddamn shots. They're painful, and I don't know what it's. You're not treating the blood clot, my blood, and what? On top of everything else they were pumping into me. That was when they got fed up with me. They stopped. Oh, I told that fucking punk kid doctor to get the fuck out. I told my nephew, I said, if they stick me on a ventilator, get me the fuck out of here. Even if you have to, shoot your way out, get me out of here. They kicked me to this was at Christmas and New Year's. 22, 23, 2022. Well, 2020. They just abandoned me. I was the only person on that whole fucking ward. So the whole thing was a lie. The hospitals were not inundated. There was nobody there. The place was fucking ghost town. The nurses they had were all new. The nurses got fired or quit because they were forcing the jab on everybody. Even the doctors, they were all new because the actual, the good doctors, they all got fired or laid off or quit. Went somewhere else. So I'm being treated. One nurse took. One nurse, they have these things hooked up to a monitor. One nurse, instead of putting my finger in it like this, the other end of it was an electric plug that went into the unit. She stuck my finger into the electric plug. She could barely speak English. She's a nurse. And I said, no. Sweetheart, it goes in this end. You put your finger in this end. She's just looking at me like, I'm like, oh, God, get me out of here. That was when I said, fuck this, I'm done. And they just abandoned me because I was a problem, They just abandoned me. They all went home on vacation, Christmas and New Year's. I couldn't find any. I was sitting there all day long waiting. I said, I'm supposed to get my discharge papers. Where are they? Everybody's gone. The fucking nurse that was left there, another immigrant, yeah. She didn't know anything. She don't even know how to print it out. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm gone. I left. Still sick as a dog after 5 days of that so-called treatment. I wasn't able to take a shit in 5 days, I go home, I was still sick, because they don't give a shit. A month later, I do some research and I find a prescribing lung place in Dayton, Ohio, that you can call them. You don't even have to go in and talk to them. You can call them, and for a outrageous fee, they will give you a prescription for ivermectin. I go to a compounding pharmacy in Columbus, Ohio, because your average pharmacy, they don't want to lose their licensing. They're told, don't you dare give that shit to anybody. It's horse paste. It's for horses. Well, they forgot to tell us there were 1 billion doses since the 1970s when this stuff was developed. 1 billion human doses, not horses, humans. They failed to tell you that the entire country of India was giving this to their people. And that's where most of it was being made, in India. So I get a prescription for this stuff. This is different prescription. I was well in 3 fucking days. I mean, this is going from being laying in bed, unable to function, with those horrifying nightmare waking dreams you have where shit keeps repeating. Your brain is just totally fucked by whatever's crawling around inside you. I was that way. I was death's door. My oxygen level had plummeted into the 80s, and you're not supposed to be alive when your oxygen level goes down that low. They say, well, it should be in the 90s. If it's below 90, you're dead. And mine was like, I was like 35%, you know? So that was when they said, I had gotten myself to a clinic. He said, we're sending you to the hospital right now. I said, don't even wait. We're going to tell them they're going to take you right in. And that's when Riverside started fucking with me, with this COVID bullshit. So just saying that's going to get me blocked. But they fucked me. And I'm like, I'm done with it. I got this stuff it took me a month to find a place to get this stuff. Ivermectin. 3 days. I was right as rain, man. 3 fucking days. So I got more of it recently when I got sick. They say, take one a day, however many it is. It's a week's supply. No, just take one. Just take one. Wait and see what happens. Keep the rest for an emergency. I'm going to get more because it's the only goddamn thing that's worked in fucking a decade. I even invested in one of these stupid things. And they had me on 9 fucking different medications. And I was so confused, I had to get a nurse to help me figure it out and make a daily thing. And then I realized this is the side effects are. So anyway, I'm done. I'm done with that. That's my medical nightmare. I mean, our system is so fucked up. And these people, the ones that are doing it, they're getting rich and we're getting dead. So, yeah, you're not a. I like animals better too. That's what Mark Twain said once. He says, the more I know people, the more I like my dog. So anyway, Drink is a good boy. Yeah. Yeah. Andy's got a good dog. That's a good dog. They are smart. They're smart as shit. But he didn't train it. I got pissed at him a couple of times. I'm like, dude, your dog is attacking uh, these lesbians on the beach. Don't let him do that. They're gonna seize your dog and put him to sleep. I said, God, you can't let him do that because that's a smart dog. If he'd have trained that Australian Shepherd, exactly, you got to train them. They're like those Belgian Malamutes or whatever the fuck they're called. You got to train them, or they're crazy. They'll fucking just go nuts. Like in the wild, they turn into fucking African wild dogs. They'll just attack anything and tear it to pieces. Budrick likes lesbians. He likes them for lunch. The one time he took them out on the beach, he was going after these lesbians were walking their dog, and he's attacking the lesbians and the dog, and they're just going off there. I'm like, God, dude. And he's fucking yelling at the lesbians. I'm like, God, they're gonna go straight to a fucking cop. And they see your dog running around out there. They're gonna anyway. Fuck. So that's my drug story. My medical fucking nightmare. It's unreal, man. Doctors, and they don't like hearing that. The thing is, they got a system now where as soon as they get the drug report on the computer, it pops up on my phone. So I was actually seeing the results of tests before the doctors. They walk in, I'm already prepared. I'm like, bup, 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 and they just look at me like, you're a problem. Most patients kiss our ass and think we're God. So no, not me, dude. I see through you and the 9 other fucking professionals they sent in here billing the shit out of my Medicare because you can. Question authority at every fucking turn. Every fucking turn. You know what it does? It pisses them off. That's the best we can do. It's just a fucking give them a little. Yeah, I don't pay for insurance. I got Medicare and Social Security as soon as I could. 60 2 and 65, year and 60, not the year, but at the age of 61 or 62, you can get, I took it early. I'm getting half what I should, but at the time, I'm like, fuck it. I can't survive. And then Medicare, I mean, they've just been billing the shit out of it. I get the bills too, with the details. I was out. I just couldn't believe it. Could not fucking believe it. They bill you for every little sponge they throw on the floor. They bill you, and these procedures. They want 10 grand, 20 grand for these fucking useless fucking. That's why you get tests over and over and over again. They're just racking up the bill. You don't need to have your blood checked every 4 hours. Bullshit. I told him that. I said, no more. No more needles. You got me here. You got me 3 times, 4 times in this arm, this hand. Same. I'm black and blue. No more. That's when they get pissy and they want to get rid of you. So it's probably, I haven't looked, but it's probably over 200 grand now for this past year, this past months. I haven't been reading this, but yeah, $1 million. Yeah. It was the same for my brother. He had cancer. He fought cancer for 12 years. And they were cutting pieces of his liver out. And he just kept living until he didn't. And his billing was, and he had, he worked for a big company, Liebert. They were a big fucking company. And he was up there, making the bucks. And top-notch fucking insurance. And it turns out they were trying to turn him down, and it was over $1 million. And they're like, "Oh, you're going to have to pay them." I'm like, that's just outrageous. Just fucking outrageous. So I missed it. Yeah. Andy could not handle a Malinois. Well, probably not, because he hasn't trained Brownie. Brownie is a great dog, but if he'd have trained him, man, he would be fucking sharp. He could be out there herding goats and shit. Oh, look who joined us. This is weird. I've got all these Andy penitents coming into the room. all these Andy disciples. See, if I could get enough people interested, I would love for people to throw money at me. Even as $1 here and $1 there, it would make a huge impact in my life. But I don't know. I go in too much into detail, and being an old white guy, I do nothing but complain. People don't really want to hear that. They want to be entertained. These are all just new. Hey, that's okay if it's, it was one guy making 10 names. That's okay. I don't care. I've never had, well, at any given time, it's when somebody, for some ungodly reason, YouTube sticks me into the mix of people just scrolling through live feeds, and you got one idiot, another idiot, and then boom, there I am. And I think I've had like 15 people at once, maybe, but people don't want to hear this. They don't want to hear the truth. They want to watch some guy sticking needles in his fucking eyeballs and There's one guy that's his teeth are filed down, and there's another guy that's completely covered with tats, and he's a born again Christian. He's a barber in Los Angeles, and he's covered with clown tats. He looks like he's got clown tattoos all over. Wears a little hat. Probably. So guys like that, people just, and they sit in their car and just do this stupid shit, and it's like, well, I don't know what they want to see. But I've done it from a car a few times, and for some reason that seems to appeal to people. They see you sitting there in your car, and it must be it's an interesting person. There's another guy who, he blows up balloon animals. I don't think it's tats. Well, it might be tats. And his teeth are filed all down to points. So all of his teeth are like fangs. And he's this weird fucking guy, and his room is made up like a clown tent. And he takes these steel spikes and shit and shoves them into his fucking sinuses. He's got another one that curls, and he sticks it in his nose and curls it around, and it comes out his mouth. I'm like, oh my God. Those are the kind of people that cut themselves for fun. Too pure for this world. Who is Clown World? I think. Oh, yeah, Richie. Yeah, that's his name. Yeah, the clown barber. I mean, just fucking nuts. I mean, tats, covered with tats, and he sits there, and now he's a Christian. He reads from the Bible. I'm like, and I question him. I say, of course he ignores it. It says in the Bible that you're not supposed to mark yourself. You're not supposed to put things on your skin. Your skin. It's sinful. We all sin. It's all, but that's all, these Abrahamic religions. They're the Buddha was the closest to reality, because he said there's no reality. But he paid the price. Some soldier cut his head in half. So, I'm sitting here looking at this pharmacy I got, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Well, if the shit hits the fan, I can sell people fucking drugs. I can trade it for, trade it for shit. But I just realized after a while, I'm like, good God, they expect me to take all that shit, put that chemicals in me. I can't fucking take all them chemicals. Where was Jesus for 20 or 30 years? He went to India. And I tell people that, and they get pissed. Especially Christians. Say he was born a Hebrew, but he went east to India to study Buddhism. The Buddha lived 500 years before him. He came back a Buddhist. He was teaching Buddhist dogma. And that's why they nailed him to a tree. He was a threat to the Sanhedrin, or whatever they were called. Oh, did you call you actually did. This vegan person called the number. What did they say, or did you get an answer? The 800 number? I'm still wondering, was that actually the Fremont Bank, or was it somebody scamming? And they're like, "Who? This guy knows what we're doing." Cannabis. Actually, I think the Tree of Life's helicopter. I think the Tree of Life was actually the magic mushroom. There's a whole. I read up on that back in the 70s. There was a whole culture in India and the southern, the subcontinent, about mushrooms, and how the rich people would eat mushrooms and get high, and they'd piss out the window, because they were still savages. They didn't have toilets. They would piss out the window, and the poor people, you'll still see them doing that with cattle. They would sit there with a bowl outside the window of the rich, catching their piss and drinking it so they would get high. I actually have some magic mushrooms. I won't. I've been putting it off. Strangely enough, the mechanic, who shall remain nameless, gave me the mushrooms because I said, oh, magic, yeah, I would dig having some magic mushrooms, and he gave me some dried mushrooms. I haven't done anything with them yet because I was waiting for, the right moment. There's no right moment. Things have been shitty and I'm not in the mood. I want to be in a positive place and I'm just not there. So I'm saving them. I'm sitting on them. And I thought, well, maybe I can microdose them. But then I would be like, well, if it worked, I'd have to get more mushrooms. I can't be microdosing magic mushrooms, or ordering the shit online and have the feds track it, So I haven't been reading this, so. Oh, you're just goofing on me. Helicopter place answer. That number, the guy answered it. They said they were the Fremont Bank. I seriously doubt if the chopper place called me and said they were Fremont Bank. What, do you want to see the mushrooms? Well, they are still illegal. So I'm wondering if I actually showed them. A lot of people are doing that. They're getting high on camera and shit, and it's like it's out there. If I just say it, I can still deny it. But if I actually show it, that's physical evidence that it's in my, or it could be AI. See, I can say that's AI. Somebody's fucking with me. Eat 7 grams, maybe. The last time I had mushrooms was a long time ago, late 70s. And a buddy of mine had some mushrooms. And 3 or 4 of us ate them. And I didn't really get high. I felt mellow. I felt okay. And we ended up just kind of driving around, and there was a railroad museum in Worthington, Ohio. I don't think it's there anymore. And I remember just checking out the engines and shit that were sitting there. But I'm like, I'm not tripping or anything. Yeah, I don't want to drink the shit. If I eat them, I figure I'm gonna puke it or something. I'll chop it up and put it in a yogurt or something, so it's palatable. I think when we got them, we just chomped on them and ate the fucking shit. N-word pass. Multipass. Oh, is anybody here that didn't see this? I got an N-word pass. I got that from the Hodges brothers. The N-word pass. So I'm allowed to use that word. I try not to think about those folks much. It's like, not the Hodges brothers, but the 13%, because they're everywhere. You cannot turn on the TV, the interwebs, nothing, without seeing these fucking people. And they're only 13%. They're trying to convince us that white, Caucasian, European descent people are a minority. Drive across the country, we are not a fucking minority. That is a huge lie. They are only 13% of the population. The guys that own the banks and shit are a fraction of 1% of the population. Imagine that, you rule the world and there's only a couple million of you, maybe. Well, that's what they want us to think. We are self-immolating is what we're doing. You've got stupid white girls that don't want to have babies. They convince them that you can have a career. You're a woman. You can have a career. You're a woman. You can determine your own. No, you should have had babies. That's what we're here for, procreation. Because the mud people have been encouraged to breed like fucking rabbits. And that's why they are who they are. 20 of them living in a fucking apartment. We are one. Well, I think, I don't consider myself a white. I don't call myself a white person, a Caucasian. I'm just American, thank Christ. For that, I was born here in Ohio. I'm an American. Still the greatest country in the world because I've been to other countries. I've been around. I've seen other fucking countries and I've seen shitholes. And this is still the best place, even with a few million mud people brought in. Because even most of them aren't mouthy motherfuckers like one or two, people in Somalia, in Minneapolis that are blowing it out their ass. Those people are all fucking encouraged to do that shit too. It's to throw everybody off. It's to confuse everybody. They are not a threat, but the sooner they go, the better. I just like to get. I'm dreaming. Oh, white Christians. I thought that said white Christmas. That was actually on TV, but I can't sit through the whole fucking movie. Just to see the end of it with white people, at a resort, and they open the fucking doors and it's snowing. It was a different world I was born into, 56. Different world. Oh, vegan, shut the fuck up. Fuck you. You don't know. You don't know anything. Just the fact that you claim you're vegan, is just stupid. Veganism, please. Humans have never been vegan. Unless they live on an island where there are no animals or birds or fish. Sure, you can live on vegetables, but, the reason we progressed was animal fat. The reason we came down from the trees and moved out onto the savannah was animal fat. Yeah, I'm a boomer. God damn, what'd you think, man? Yeah, don't listen to nonsense. Keep listening to that vegan shit. Let's see where it gets you. You've never had a nice fresh piece of venison or a nice pork chop, you know? Some nice animal fat. Potatoes fried in animal fat. Cottage cheese is made from cows. Came out of a cow's tit. Chard. Chard is a plant. There is no animal fat in a fucking plant. I thought you were leaving. Can't listen to nonsense. This is nonsense? God. Dude, I have been around, man. I know nonsense when I see it and hear it. See, just keep telling yourself that animal fat is on chard. And besides which, you may not realize if you're still here, 90% of the nutritional value of your plants you're eating has disappeared in the last century. A century ago, vegetables, plants, even corn and shit like that had nutritional value. It's been bred out of it. It's been burnt out of it by farming and overuse of pesticides and fertilizers, and now they're playing with the DNA itself. There's no nutritional value left in vegetables and plants. None. You might as well be eating cardboard. No, I did not spend my American Express money on trips to Vegas. No. That's a whole different story. Protein's a different story, but peas and pumpkin, unless you're growing your own, even growing your own, most of the seeds now are Frankenstein. Most of the seeds, have been destroyed by Monsanto and DuPont and other companies. See, this guy, he calls what I'm saying nonsense. And then people have been listening to me for quite a while. But he sticks around because he's got to get his digs in. He's got to get his opinion in there, Well, I'm vegan. I don't harm animals. I'm nice to the bunnies and the fucking cows. Dude, guaranteed something in your house is made of an animal, some part, some piece of furniture, some piece of clothing. Everything is going to have something coming from an animal. And, by the way, when they plant and harvest the crap that you're eating, you're murdering billions of animals. Murdering billions of animals. Planting, seeding, fertilizing, harvesting. You're killing billions of mice, billions of rabbits, small animals, billions of worms, which are the most important thing in the ground. The only reason we have plants are from worms. You're murdering billions, trillions of worms. You're murdering countless numbers of insects. Okay? Killing them. You're fucking killing them. Eating your fucking veggies. So keep eating your veggies. And keep telling yourself you're nice to the animals. Because you're a hypocrite. I'm not a hypocrite. See? Your leather mask that you use when you're being sodomized by your boyfriend. Oh, I'm sorry. That's mean. But the fact is that most of the vegans are queer. You're confused about your sexuality. You don't know right from wrong. You think you think your cause is just. But it isn't just. You have to force it down everybody else's throat. I don't give a fuck about what you people do. I don't give a fuck about what any of these motherfucking lefty. Most of my family, I have sisters, and most of them are lefties. My sister wanted to take me on one of these. She says, "You're coming on the next No Kings March with me." I'm like, I said, if you had a king right now, you wouldn't be allowed to march. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. We're liberal. We're all right, you keep telling yourself that chard has a healthy fat. See, now the guy won't shut the fuck up. I tell you what, you go out and you go out into a field growing any food that you eat. When the spring comes around, they plant and it starts growing. You go out into go out into the field when in the spring. You can't walk 10 feet without stepping on a few thousand animals. Juicy Lucy. You can't do it. You're a hypocrite. All these so-called vegetarians and vegans, you're hypocrites. Fucking hypocrites. You cannot, and then maybe that's why these people in Davos, Switzerland, fucking idiots like John Kerry. he said farming is harming the planet. Farming is destroying our planet. It's destroying our climate. Farming. We got to stop growing food. But you can eat the bugs. If you're a vegetarian, that's not a like a little mousey or a little bunny. It's just a bug. But you can eat. We'll turn it into something that looks like a hamburger. Do you know that the bug shells, most of them have shells for a reason, so that other creatures won't eat them because the shells are poison. Bugs. Oh, you're still here. All right, on the tech degree too. Spray the neem oil on the crops. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, you hover above reality. Why am I even talking to this guy or girl or AI, whatever the fuck it is? See, they just want to stick around just to piss on our parade, piss on my pissing. You know, they just cannot. Oh, look, I just my my liberal sister-in-law gave me 3 dancing trumps. The 3 dancing trumps. And they're going on and on about, oh, yeah, Howard, you support this guy. I told him, I said, at Christmas, I said, no, no. I voted for these people because I thought they were going to give me 75 cents a gallon of gasoline. But they've let me down. So fuck them, too. Evie. Now, Evie. Isn't she the wackadoo that keeps giving money to Andy? You know, like how much fucking disposable income does this woman have? If it's a woman. Why are they hanging like that? Because it comes on a little, it's like a Christmas ornament. This is a thermostat. It's a system. I've got it on the phone. It's a system that you plug in. So I got one here. I got one in the bedroom. I got one in the freezer. I got one in my car and one down underneath the rig. So I can monitor the temperature. My entire little world here, I can monitor temperature. If I drive the car away, it doesn't reach. But it's all Wi-Fi, so it's beaming shit into my brain and my ears are ringing. But I can monitor wherever I am. I can make sure that my shit ain't freezing. You know, I got a thermostat too that's Wi-Fi, and I put that in, and the propane furnace is on the 12-volt system, which is hooked up to solar panels, which if the power goes out, my heat will still work. Plus, I've got a I've been working. Oh, it just shut off. I've got one of those little fireplaces with a it's a backup heat. Whatchamacallit, with a fake fireplace. Stupid, but it works. And I bought a what do you call them? Let me switch it around so I can point at it. That thing, a Delta 2. It was on sale, cheap as hell on Amazon. It's really basic. It's nothing but a lithium battery, but it's built into a system that you can plug all kinds of shit into it, and it will keep things running, like my Wi-Fi, my systems. I plug my microwave and my fucking oven, whatever you call it. I plug that shit into it. So even if the power goes out, I can still run that shit for a time. But then I find out the stupid fucking thing, you know, a typical company, they have updates on their software because the software is stupid. So what it did was it started updating the software while I was gone, so it shuts off the system and it shuts everything off, which means I can't reach my Wi-Fi, which I can't reach my monitors. It defeats the entire purpose. And it took several emails to these motherfuckers that build these things. I said, "What? I don't want it to auto update." And as usual, three or four of them could not explain it. They don't know because they're just ants. It's somebody sitting at a fucking phone bank in New Delhi, and they're reading a fucking script or they're answering emails. And I finally get somebody that says, "Oh no, all you gotta do is you go in here, and you can turn off auto updates." I said, "That's all I need. I don't want this fucking thing updating while I'm gone because it shuts down the whole system. It's one thing for it to go dead. If you get down to 5%, fine, but I'm not gone long enough for it to go down to 5%. And I'm updating my solar. I got two more lithium batteries and a new controller that is Wi-Fi. Once I get that installed, I'm gold. I never worry about it. And I got a generator, which I can't find anybody to wire my shit, that isn't trying to rob me. And I can't do it with my fucking back. I can't get down there and fix that shit, much as I want to. So I want to hard wire my generator into a switch box. Your land power goes into it, and your generator power goes into it, and then it goes to the coach down to the rig. So if one or the other goes out, I can switch it. Unfortunately, I don't have an auto start generator. I bought it on sale. Couldn't beat it on Amazon, which is, we're at the mercy. So I bought this Champion generator. Runs like a top, but I got to go out and start it. And it has a shitty battery in it. So I need to wire that so it will have a fresh battery. But I can step outside and start it. I just don't want to have to take the cable, hook that up, plug that into the side of the thing in the middle of a snowstorm, which is fucking awful. All I have to do is go out, start it up, and boom, it automatically switches over. So, and I got it hooked up to the propane 24/7. I got the whole thing covered, man. Peptides, vegan. I thought you were leaving. Why are you still blowing it out your ass? I don't want to talk about chard anymore. Fuck chard. In fact, I tried to grow some at one point. I had a real nice garden going at the place that I had the B&B I had opened down in Athens County there. I was looking forward to just sitting on the porch and letting people pay my bills. But of course, fucking assholes took all that shit away. They had to introduce these fucking these if you say the words, you get blackballed. These weaponized viruses and such. I say the word virus. So, when they did that, it shut down all my shit. I go through nuke, dude. I go through way too much propane. Actually, if you think about it, it ain't a lot. I got two 30-pound tanks originally, but I bought a 100-pound tank online, Amazon, and I can hook that up. So what I do is I hook up the 100-pound tank, because I almost bought one of those giant ones, but you got to put that on a trailer, and that's a whole nother fucking thing. And I'm not permanent. I like the fact that I can just, within an hour, I can have everything packed up and tow this thing out of here. If the nukes start going off. Columbus gets nuked, I go south, into the woods. So, where was I? What was I saying? Oh, propane. I got a 100-pound tank that I bought as a backup to the 230s. So what I do is I fill all three of them up. I keep one of the 30s on the side. I hook up the 100 and the 30-pound tank, and that will last me a good 2 weeks in moderately cold weather. If it's on and off cold, it'll go 2.5. But I use very little propane. So, and this furnace it'll go forever, you know. And I don't really cook with propane. And the propane on the water heater only kicks on if the power goes down. I got electric and propane, so my bases are covered. But like I said, 2 weeks, 130 pounds, talking 117 bucks. So a month, we're talking 200 and something, 230, 40 bucks maybe, under 250, which ain't bad. I mean, you know, all electric. It's like I was using a lot of electricity this past month, and my bill was only 100 bucks for the electric. So, see, unfortunately, where I am, they don't really. I can't get like, well, I could get DoorDash or something, but I don't want somebody putting their fingers in my food. Uh, no one's nuking Ohio, not yet. I'm getting the feeling Vegan Mask is somebody that I know that is just fucking with me. Unless, yeah, I mean, I can't see you following me, you know, stalking me on the internet. I don't think you're a real vegan either. Most people aren't. Yeah, and propane is still pretty cheap around here. You know, the guys that want to charge you, like this guy, I don't have to go anywhere. He's right here. He comes and gets the tanks and fills them up and brings them back. I don't have to go anywhere. And propane's going for two something. It's per gallon. They should be doing it per gallon instead of the weight of the tank because there's always 20% in the tank that never comes out. So they're overcharging you, knowing they can get a 20% profit right off the top because they're not giving you 100 pounds of propane. They're giving you 80, basically. You know, okay. So, yeah, propane, and it's clean burning. It's a good propane and propane accessories. It's a and the generator. I got a gasoline and a propane generator, but I don't put gasoline in it because that's basically kind of just a bomb sitting on the front of your place. The propane, those tanks are very safe. You know, they're like that thick, and the gauges are all brand new. So uh, the generator will run forever on. I also have a 20 pounder that I in an emergency I had to buy. So I went to the grocery or the gas station and bought one of those little 20 pounders. Occasionally I'll fill that up just to hook it up. If it gets really cold, I will hook up the generator permanently to it. But they all leak. I mean, every system fucking leaks. So it's like how much, you know, the trade off. But anyhow, and it only takes a moment to hook up the generator. You pop it right in the hose. So it's not a bad way to go. It really isn't, you know. Because I can move this thing anywhere. I like living this way. I don't want a fucking apartment, you know, at 2 or 3 grand a month, which is insane. I'm only paying 500 something a month, and I get water and sewer included, and the electric I'm paying not, you know, I got shit on 24/7. I'm only paying 100 bucks for, you know, even with the cold weather this past month, the bill was only 100 bucks, and that's not bad. Uh, Propane, like I said, 200, 250, under 250 a month. Yeah, it's hard to blow up propane. You shoot the tanks, yeah, they just go, you know, unless you get a spark, then it go, you know. Or if you get you know, you get explosive ammo. What do they call it? Yeah. I don't have any limos. Never did. I got Cadillac XTS sedan and a SUV Suburban, which aren't moving these days because, like I said, I got basically pushed off of Google by all these illegals. You could count the number of car services in Columbus on one hand, truly, legitimate car services, limo something. But now I counted 40 new names, and they're all, you know, Ethiopian this and fucking, they're all these fucking mud people that the government gave driver's licenses to. Ohio gave them, just handed them out like candy. I had to prove who I was to get mine renewed. You don't have a birth certificate? Get out of here, you old white man. Some black bitch behind a counter, taking care of her people. I'm like, yeah, you fucking, are you kidding me? This place is full of fucking illegals from every known shithole in the world, and they're just handing out IDs and driver's licenses right before the election. It was a last mad dash to get these people registered. They were registering them for voting. They don't vote. They don't have to. They were counting votes that don't exist. It's like Georgia. They just found out. Well, they've known it, but now it's they don't want anybody talking about it. 300,000 unchecked votes. 300,000 ballots that were not signed by anybody. And when you accept these things in and you're going through them, there's supposed to be somebody there validating them, and validating the addresses and the signatures. 300,000 in Georgia alone. One county, Fulton County, one fucking county. 300,000. And in 2020, Orange Man Bad, he lost by 11,000 votes, a fraction of that. And then it turns out they had hundreds of thousands of fraudulent votes. And all they did was fuck us for 4 years, So it's like, well, all right, what next? Now the guys, I voted for these cocksuckers, and it's kissing ass to Israel. Gasoline is still fucking $3 a gallon. Motherfuckers. Propane it can be a danger if you're sitting there, because shit leaks, and when you're changing the valves and stuff, you get that blast of that stink that they put into it. It's like you're breathing that shit in, Propane grills, yeah. I went and I spent $100, $150. I got a wood burning, not a wood burning, but a smoker. But the smoker's only this big. The grill is, a normal size grill, but it's a charcoal grill. And the first time I bought it, I smoked a whole bunch of fucking meat. This was like 2 Christmases ago. I smoked a brisket. I smoked a turkey breast. I smoked a roll, a beef roll thing, roast. And for the family, and that was when we had a fucking snowstorm. Nobody wanted to get together for Christmas. And I ended up eating smoked meat for like a month. And that was the last time I used the stupid fucking thing. So, anyway. Yeah, gasoline is still expensive. These cocksuckers, the North Shore oil, the oil from Alaska. We're not getting that. It's being sent to Japan and now to China. They're shipping it over. We don't even get the fucking oil from Canada, Alaska, and Texas and North Dakota and the rest of it. Where's the production? They're still gouging us. Gasoline is still changing day to day. The price fluctuating. It's a fucking. No, the stink of propane, not garlic. Yeah, goddamn. We should be paying. We should be paying less than $1 a gallon, legitimately, and most of that should be tax. They'd still make a huge profit. Gasoline was 50 cents a gallon when I was in high school. 50 cents a gallon, and most of that was tax. Stop talking about food. Now I want to see. I ate better part of a pork loin earlier, but I haven't been shopping, so I got like no groceries. I mean, no groceries. And it's already 10 o'clock. And I really don't want to drive anywhere. It's fucking cold. Yeah, what do they do with the tax? They fucking waste it. Trillions of dollars, which don't mean anything. It's fucking. God damn. And we just keep putting up with it because we're complacent and forgiving. Stupid people we are. And I'm still here talking to you. It's remarkable because I usually get people talking to me from Bangladesh or Egypt or some other fucking place. Hi. They keep saying hi over and over again. I'm like, for some reason, probably because everybody's having Andy withdrawal. Are you having a Portland Andy withdrawal? That's why you're sitting here listening to me. Saying, well, we got to listen to somebody. Because, it's all dog shit on the tube and the interwebs. It's all fucking dog shit. I do have some pasta and some olive oil. I got all kinds of hot sauce. My one brother-in-law makes hot sauce. And I bought a whole bunch of other hot sauce. It was 2 for 1. I do like my hot sauce. So I got that, but I really have no other groceries. Quite literally nothing else. I mean, there's still some frozen shit. My problem is, I'll eat once early in the day, or I won't eat anything all day, and then late at night I'll eat something. And it's, yeah, the wind is blowing. We don't have, there's snow up north. We didn't get any snow here. Central and southern Ohio, we didn't get any snow. Flurries, you look out and there's some wispy little, nothing sticking. And I don't like driving in that kind of fucked up cold weather. If it is a little bit, it's slick and people are stupid. People just do not know how to drive. I was hoping we got some snowstorms because I was going to put a sign in the window of my Suburban. I bought where is it? I bought one of those. Oh, it's over here. Ow, fuck. I bought one of these. A Wolf box charger. I researched these. These are great because you can start apparently 3 or 4 different cars with them. Even if the battery is completely dead, you push a button and it will start a dead car battery. So I was going to take this. I've got this in my Suburban. I've got big knobbies on my Suburban. And then I bought a tow rope. One of these, what do they call them? Kinetic tow ropes for towing. So I can emergency pull people out of ditches and snow and shit with my Suburban. And stupid thing cut off. I didn't mean to do that. I also have an IFAC. I've got a medical kit you know, your typical military style kit. You know, if somebody's been shot, I can take care of them. So I was going to just stick a sign in it, you know, because my phone ain't ringing anyway. And I can go out heavily armed because, according to Ohio code, I researched, a company can provide their own security, armed security. You don't have to license it or, you know, be any special. I can just say, yeah, my. So I can go out with my body armor and my guns, and I can go around and I was going to go out and just rescue people. You got $20 on you? You got $50 on you? Say, well, you can call a tow truck and they'll steal 500 to 1,000 from you, or I can get you out right now. You know, I just drive around and stop wherever I see somebody all fucked up, because people don't know how to drive. I mean, they're all over the fucking thing. And that's, what is that, a 30-foot rope, which is, you know, and with the tie ends, the hook ends, so you can put them on there. And uh, got inspired by Murphy Diesel on YouTube. Murphy's Diesel out in Arizona. This guy became a millionaire just towing people out of the shit. But of course, that's Arizona, so it's all like desert and mountains and mud and snow and ice and fuck quicksand and all this other shit. And people drive out into it and they get stuck. He goes out in these monster trucks that he's built and pulls them out. And he makes so much money just from, you know, highway work with the big trucks, that he built a couple of, he calls it, what the hell did he call it? He called it Hellboy. He Murphy's Diesel, look that one up. He called it Hellboy, you know, and he built this. It's bad as fuck. I mean, it's a cool truck, and he just goes out and tows people for free. He goes, you know, and makes the videos with it because he's made so much money. Him and his wife just go out and save people and then charge them nothing, you know, which is pretty cool. And so I was kind of inspired by that. I'm like, I don't have the money for a tow truck, and I don't want to, you know, those are the kind of companies that will slice your tires or burn your vehicle if they see you competing. So I figure, well, you know, if there's this inclement weather, I'll just cruise around in my Suburban and, you know, pull over when I see people, get a sticky sign for the windows. People get stuck helping people. Yeah, they do. When they're not prepared. This guy has done some amazing recoveries. Just amazing recoveries. And we're talking, you know, out on these, he gets hunters and people with campers and big trucks that shouldn't get stuck. And he's going out with this thing and he's doing winching and pulling, and he's got, you know, 3 or 4 massive fucking cable whatchamacallits on it. Gumbo sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah, gumbo. I would love to have some gumbo right now. There is no place that makes a decent House of Blues used to. The House of Blues, there was one in Los Angeles. There's one in Vegas. There's one in Chicago. And they used to make a really good, like a Sunday brunch, and they made some outstanding gumbo and shit like that. But Central Ohio, there ain't a whole lot of really decent Cajun places. I love fucking gumbo. Etouffee, you know. Roux. You make a good roux, that's the basis of the whole thing, you know. And all it is fucking flour, you know, and you just cook the flour properly. You know, that's a good roux. And I don't know. I used to be into cooking. I can't bring myself to put that much energy, work into it anymore. Especially, I always cook too much. So, see, now you guys make me all fucking hungry and shit. I'm thinking I should just. The problem is, this is a backwater. There's nothing open late. Nothing. Uh, I think there's a. What is it that's 24-hour? There's a 24-hour place. Might be the House of Pancakes. I think is like the only place. It sucks. Everything in this town sucks. Lancaster, Ohio, even Columbus. There's just nothing you can count on. Nothing decent, man. I thought about doing that too. So, smoking briskets and shit, and taking them to local places. Just advertise because there ain't a decent barbecue place either. A really good barbecue would go over big in Lancaster, but now I don't have the wherewithal to do that. When I had the money, I couldn't talk anybody into it. I turned everything off. It's nice to have just hear the wind outside. You know what I'm saying? I'm far enough away from town and the road, the highway over here, that it's quiet, very quiet. And I got like two lakes on either side, so it's like a muffling thing. It muffles the sound. It's very peaceful, very quiet. It's a great spot, cheap too, man. I'd rather be on my when I had the money. Once again, that was when the land speculation, kind of kicked off a few years ago, and a lot of them are foreign companies. They came in and were just snapping up property left and right, Southern Ohio, the forest, and they just started devastating it. Just started clear cutting everything and not replanting. Even the state of Ohio was letting them do it in the state forest, but often where you can't see it happening. Down in Zaleski Forest and Hocking Hills. I'm just on basically almost in Hocking Hills. So if you look that up in Ohio, it's a really great area. But long story longer, I was looking for just like an old farm where they'd knock down the house or something and still have a gas well, a water well, and maybe septic. I was trying to find something like that where I could just plop one of these things down and start growing my own. Because at the B&B I had a big garden, and I mean just tons of food. Just shit grows, man. So I had all these fucking vegetables and shit. I had deer walking through the back of the property, so I had set up a blind and almost took one deer, and it was like I had the crossbow because it wasn't rifle season or shotgun or but it was dusk and I couldn't see, and I saw a big fucking deer crossing, and I'm like this with the crossbow. It was before I bought the compound bow, and I thought if I shoot this or miss or wound it, it's gone. It's fucking gone. So I thought better of it. Didn't fire. That was a great fucking spot down there, man. That cabin, 6 bedroom log cabin, right outside of Athens, Ohio, where the university is. So I had people were booking rooms, and I was making money. Then they pull this fucking rug out with COVID shit, man. I'm so fucking pissed. What do you mean no flour in roux? I thought that's what roux was. It's just flour. Roux is not vegetable oil. A roux is just flour, and you cook it until it turns red and brown. It's just a you know like a liquid paste as a base for all of your other dishes. Well, some of you are sticking it out with me. I'm running out of things to say, which is amazing. I mean, I could say more, but it's you got me thinking about food now, but I realize I don't have any, so my guts are starting to bubble, and they're going talking to me. Uh, uh, yeah, nothing's open late. Grocery store's closed. I can't go shopping. I have been on for 5.5 hours. Are you fucking kidding me? Time fly. It's only 10:12, but you know. See, I thought no, I thought a roux was just flour. It's just a base. If you add that kind of stuff, it's not really the roux anymore. It's you've put vegetables and shit into it. I mean, you add that after. First, it's the roux, the gravy. Yeah, but I guess then you add mirepoix. Mirepoix is a fundamental French flavor base of diced onion. See, now that's mirepoix. That's not the roux. The roux is the base of it. The flour, the water. It's kind of like the base for your Mexican stuff. It's just flour, and you could turn it into a tortilla or into gazpacho, a soup or something. See, now I wish there were a place that served that kind of food. There isn't. There isn't. There isn't a decent fucking Cajun, not even a decent barbecue place down here. I think it's mostly people don't appreciate it. You gotta, you know, your standard white person, they don't appreciate, finer foods, kind of, so to speak. Roux, ROUX, right? Roux, a fundamental thickening agent, right? Flour and fat, flour and uh, yeah. See, so I'm right. Does anybody remember the Cajun cook? The Cajun cook or Cajun chef? What was his name? Cajun cook. Old guy. Your typical. He would talk like this. He's a good old boy from down there in Louisiana, and he would make Cajun food on PBS. I guess they still have videos of that guy, but he used to be the go-to guy. Talking to well, no, it's not just flour. You throw flour in a pan, it's just going to burn. I mean, it has to be a liquid substance to it too, you know. But not necessarily like vegetable oil or something. Justin Wilson, Justin, yeah. Just you know, I'm talking like with him and the rest of them. They used to do it the old-fashioned way. They would use lard, you know, just some good old lard. What the fuck was that? Seeing shit out of the corner of my eye. I would get sometimes I had mice in here at different times. I've got a couple of traps that and you know you glance over and you see this flash. Did I see? Then you realize, oh, it's a fucking mouse on my couch. Yeah, lard, good old lard, you know, good old lard. See, this is the thing. They convinced us to stop cooking and using real food like lard and stuff like that. And they start putting preservatives and poisons in all our food, you know? So I'm desperately trying to I read the labels. It's like something called natural flavors. It's not natural and there's no flavor. It's a chemical compound. And if you research it, it's a neural toxin. It fucking kills your nerves and your brain cells. Paul Prudhomme, yeah. He was the one they called the Cajun chef. Paul Prudhomme. Big fat guy. So fat he had to sit on a stool while he's cooking. But Justin was the guy. He was on PBS with the French chef. What's her face? Yeah, he was so fat he had to sit on a stool. It's like, well, you know, you eat too much of your own product. Yeah, Crisco, the good old Crisco. It was just lard. It was animal lard, you know. And then they started using vegetables. You know, they started throwing vegetables and vegetable oil in there, which now they're saying, you know, seed oils are bad, and that's what they were telling everybody. Julia Child, yeah, she was great. The French chef. Yeah, Crisco was vegetable oil. It used to be real lard. Everything that came out back in, they started canning it back in the Graham Care. He was a funny fucker. Graham Care was a funny motherfucker. He was the, or was he the French chef? Yeah, Graham Care was funny. He was a funny fucking dude. Bacon grease is the best thing in the world. You can leave it sit on a counter and it will not go bad. It has antibacterial properties about it. Pig fat, and it's the best. You know, you can just leave it sitting on a counter, take it, fry your eggs in it. You know, beef bourguignon. Yes, yes, yes. I say I don't eat a lot of bacon anymore. You know, I'm not cooking it and all that, but I definitely use it. You know, you cook it, you pour it on your potatoes, pour it on your fucking toast and shit. See, you keep talking about food now. I got no food in the house. There used to be 24-hour grocery stores too, and not anymore. And there's no way I'm gonna go to fucking. I think the only place in this in Lancaster, Ohio, is the Pancake House, and it absolutely sucked. I mean, it just sucked bad. I went there once. I give everything a try at least once. Even the White Castles aren't 24-hour anymore, man. You jonesing for a fucking slider, you can't get it. I may boil up that pasta, throw a little olive oil on it, a little hot sauce. I love Italian food, man. Italian food is fantastic. That's another thing. You can't get decent food, you know. People think Olive Garden is great, and I'm like, I went there. They had a bottomless pasta thing for a while. I thought, well, I'll give it. The pasta just sucks. It's like, well, I got halfway through it, and I'm like, why would I want to eat more of this shit? Yeah, Olive Garden. That's somebody's idea of Italian food. It's like, and all the great old mom and pop places have been driven out of business by these chain fucks. These just awful, absolutely awful. That and fucking the worst I had was Red Lobster. God, Jesus. And it's a wonder they stay open. Red Lobster. I go to this Red Lobster in Columbus, Ohio, because supposedly they got a special or something. And I ordered this fish, the pictures look fantastic. They're like overflowing. I get it. It's on a plate this big. Three little pieces of fish about yay big, undercooked. You know, just absolutely inedible. And then some. And there was a glob of shrimp in a bowl. And these shrimp. I'm looking at this like, look at this picture and look at this what you're serving me. They just stare at you like dumb animals. I call the manager over. I'm like, I was out caring for that. I'm not. I said, this is what you're going to serve me, and he's like, well, I can get you a couple more pieces of fish. I said, comes out, it's the same shit. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding. What's your cook doing back there besides spitting in the food? I'm like, this is insulting, man. Jesus. But somehow they stay open. It's some business boys buy it. Same thing happened with Bob Evans. If there's any Bob Evans where you guys are, Bob Evans came out of Ohio here, and it used to be just fantastic. I mean, the fucking biscuits were big and fluffy, and the food was really great because it was like Kentucky Fried Chicken when it first started back in the 60s. It was fucking outstanding. You get a big bucket of it, and it's just, oh, it's great. Then they changed, like he sold out to some business boys, and so did Bob Evans, and they immediately fuck everything up. They start serving, even the colonel said, he's looking at these potatoes. These are not mashed potatoes. He started bad mouthing the shit. I think they threatened to sue him or something afterwards. He made it like he sold it for like a couple million, and then they turned it into this franchise thing, the $1 billion. Now it's part of PepsiCo or something. But it's shit. Yeah, biscuits, gravy. Bob Evans used to be fantastic. I get this. So, as part of my car service, I would get calls, used to get calls from corporate people all the time, till I got pushed off the first to the seventh page, by all the fucking mud people driving cars. And I get a call to pick up like three of their executives because they're the business boys who bought it and ruined it. Their headquarters was over up in New Albany, Ohio. It's outside of Columbus. I picked these guys up at a Bob Evans, and I'm thinking, well, they're trying the fucking food that they're serving. They just hadn't met there. They didn't eat anything there. They said, take us to the headquarters. I take them to the headquarters. They've got chefs. They catered. Bob Evans catered the food for this conference they were having, a meeting. All their top dogs, all these business boys, they catered it, with fucking gourmet cuisine. And I said, they're not even eating their own fucking food. That's what these guys think of their customers. And Bob Evans basically was going bankrupt, and it changed hands 2 or 3 times. You know, unreal. Then they start farting out the shit to put in the grocery stores, mass producing this garbage, and they put a label on it, call it Bob Evans. Wendy's. Wendy's used to be great too. They first started, Dave Thomas started with a store in downtown Columbus, of all places. Right there, like right off of Broad and High, basically, next to a, I remember it was like almost next to a cathedral down there. And it was brand new idea, and the fucking food was fantastic. The old man just took it there a couple of times. I said, Dad, I said, they're talking of this. I was a kid basically. It was in the '60s. I said, Dad, you got they're gonna they're going corporate. They're gonna start selling stock. You gotta buy stock in this. And it was just one shop, one guy, one shop, and the guy, Dave Thomas was like half an idiot. He was, he his English, his grammar was fucking terrible. He was raised in a fucking orphanage. But somehow he came up with this idea, and the food was fantastic. Just the same way most of these places are when they start. And I said, Dad, man, buy it. He wouldn't do it. He moved us up into Upper Arlington. At the time, there was cornfields out north of our house there, and it's right next to OSU Golf Course, basically, in Columbus, Ohio. Look that one up. It was nothing but cornfields out there. I said, Dad, buy some of this land out here, just a few acres, man. If he'd have done that, or if he'd have bought the into Wendy's, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd be a fucking multimillionaire, living off of living off of the fucking. Like, Dad, come on, Dad. But he was your typical American worker, engineer, making other people rich. Designing HVAC systems for high rises and corporate buildings and shit like that. Dave Thomas, Colonel Harlan Sanders of KFC in the '50s. He may have. Are you Googling this shit? I didn't know that he was hooked up with Colonel Sanders, but it's a possibility. Possibility. Dave Thomas hung in there longer than Colonel Sanders, though. Dave Thomas stuck with it until they forced him out. Yeah, franchising. Yeah, yeah. He the burgers stuff didn't take off. Colonel Sanders, he was a character too, but his story is pretty interesting. He kept experimenting with ways to make chicken and do it quickly, but really, he used to use pressure cookers. They don't do that. They started dumping them into hot oil and frying the shit. It'd come out all greasy and nasty. He used to use pressure cookers back in the day, and the fucking chicken was perfect. 11 herbs and spices. And he did that when he was like pushing my age. He was in his late 60s when he started that. Amazing. Amazing. But it's a different world now. You can't do that shit these days. There's always some corporate fucks that are gonna fuck with it. There's another restaurant called Rio, or not Rio, but Bravo Cucina. There was a couple of them in Columbus. There's somewhere else. I'm sure. At first, that was Italian, man. That was good. Then, of course, the business boys got a hold of it, and they just start basically rating it for stock and options and fucking dividends and shit. Completely ruined it. Last time I went to one of those, I couldn't believe how bad the fucking shit was. Just fucking terrible. I'm German. German people. Ohio, Kentucky. We settled it. Pennsylvania. We settled all this. We built it. We fucking built it. Not the mud people. They haven't built shit. Fucking bricks. Streets and buildings still standing after 150 years or more. Good German bricks made in Ohio. Did somebody notify that I'm sitting here extolling the virtues of this, that, and the other thing? Uh, or is it just an off night because Portland Andy's not on? I haven't checked. I turned the TV off for a change. And I turned this on almost 6 hours ago. I don't think I've ever been on this long where I've just sat here. Probably because all of these fucking names that I recognize came in, and now I ignore him. Because most of you are the funniest guys on the fucking chat, you know? Warm rum. Well, oh yeah. I got actually it's quite chilled because it's sitting on the floor. I've got vegan. I almost said vegan. I've got Jamaican rum. I didn't want to get into this because it's kind of make you crazy kind of rum. This is Pirates of the Caribbean style. This is Pusser's Navy rum, British Navy rum. It's the closest thing I could get to the Navy rum that I had in Gibraltar. So there's that. And I had another bottle. I haven't pulled any of these out in months. They've been in a cupboard. Bullet whiskey. I still have some of that left, but I just. The other thing was that I really got into was what is it called? Starts with a G. Tequila. It'll come to me. There was a show the bedroom. You don't want to see my bedroom. It looks like a bomb went off in there too, because I got the drawers out of the cupboard or out of the thing because I was trying to get at the wiring, which they put in the most inconvenient spot underneath everything. So I've got that all pulled out, and then my arsenal is in there underneath the bed. A Forest River Hemisphere. Forest River Hemisphere something or other, blah, blah, blah. 2 pop-outs. Quite comfortable. I bought it because it was half price, because it had a leak over on this side at one time, and the floor here by the door of the kitchen was rotten. So I just put new. I couldn't repair it because I find out that this isn't like a solid plywood floor, which would have been really simple. These cocksuckers would they had an aluminum frame, and they would put pieces of cut foam about that thick into the spaces in the frame, and then a cheap veneer on top and a cheap veneer underneath. So it wasn't really a floor, it was just foam. So you couldn't put propane. You couldn't put fucking wood, pine, panels on top of it. Long story short. And you also can't raise the floor up because the pop-ups slide in, and they are flush with the existing floor. So when you pull that up, there's nothing to support a floor, and the pop-ups won't comic book. If you put the thinnest fucking plywood on there, you can't. So I kind of rigged it, the N word. I kind of N word rigged it. And, or Mickey Mouse, is another word. And I haven't actually finished it. I bought some flooring, and it's like one of those things where I just, I'm like, fuck it, it's okay for now. I don't give a shit. I don't give a rat's ass as long as the leaks have stopped. So I did that. I made them repair the pop outs, and I made them replace the toilet. I made them replace RCD RV in Columbus, Ohio. Criminals. I found out too late after I bought this, but as soon as I started talking about attorneys, they came and they fixed everything. They fixed a whole bunch of shit, including putting a new yoke on this thing, because the yoke was fucked up, and they let me drive out of there, towing it out of there with a fucked up yoke, and could have killed somebody. So I'm telling them, and finally the general manager contacts me, and I'm like, dude, I don't want any more fucking excuses. Just get somebody's ass. Well, you bring it in, and I said, no, I'm not bringing it in. I'm not bring it back. Let you fuck around with it. I said, you send somebody out, and they fucking fix this thing now, or you come out and bring it back and weld a new yoke, which it did. It welded a new yoke on it. Did a pretty good job. Hasn't fallen off yet. And I made him put a new toilet in, all kinds of other shit, the worst kind of people are car dealers and RV dealers. Oh, that's getting a little harsh now. Because I haven't, I got to get some water. I ran out of coffee. I may have to. You get to a point where you might fart, you might shart. I got to be very careful these days. Everything gives you gas. When you get to a point, everything gives you gas. But you got to be real careful about what you're, when I feel that bubbling, but that's from, God knows, I've got colitis, fucking, parasites, God knows what. If you feel that bubbling, you better find a toilet real quick, man. Real fucking quick. I don't want to bore you with details. But it's like, find a toilet fast, or you're going to decorate whatever is around you. And I'm talking explosive. Oh, that's Mr. Bones. He's actually sitting at the kitchenette. Can't get the cocksucker to turn around. Well, he's stuck. Oh, he's stuck on my motorcycle. His arm just fell off. There he is. This guy. I think this is like the sickest decoration you can possibly think of. These things, Halloween, right? Halloween is supposed to be, harvest, and then they started fucking tying it in with death. But I bought that back when I was doing. Well, I still have my own car service, but on Halloween, I would put him in the passenger seat and drive around. He had flashing red lights. I pull up, and pick up people, and they're like, in fact, one time, this is a few years back, I get a call. I was transporting Japanese people because they're out at Marysville at the Honda plant, a couple other places. So I'm picking up this Japanese guy. Supposed to take him to the airport later, but I was taking the guy to I think it was a Korean restaurant in Columbus, for some they're saying he's going back to Japan. So I pick him up, and I got this guy in the car, and I'm talking to the guy. They know enough English, and he's like talking Honda. Yes. Oh, really? I said my nephew works at Honda, and oh yeah. So I give him my nephew's name, and he goes, oh, da, da, da. He knew, I knew my nephew from working at a Honda plant. He was in the R&D, research and development. Now he's working on self-driving cars, which is putting his uncle out of business. Okay, so I get him to this restaurant, and there's like 30 Japanese guys standing outside this fucking sushi or Korean place. They're all standing there, and I pull up, and the first thing they see is this Mr. Bones sitting there, and I had his red eyes flashing. They're all going, ah! And their buddy gets out of the car, and he's like, oh, bonsai, He goes over and starts talking to him, and he's telling him this guy's nephew works at Honda, and he says his name, and at one voice, there's 30 Japanese guys going, my nephew, they all fucking knew him. I'm like, well, there you go. That's pretty cool. Yeah, my nephew's working on R&D, self-driving systems, putting me out of business. But, I don't, that's inevitable. But first, the illegals are putting me out of business, or have put me out of business by, driving me off of Google. Yes, this is small world kind of a thing. Yeah, I would not get in a self-driving car myself. Whoops, I almost blocked you. I don't want to do that. I started moving. When you start moving because I'm not reading all of the chat. I usually don't read the chat. I'm usually just going off, and that's why people don't stick around. They want to be recognized. You have to recognize that they're there. I'm kind of running out of steam. Maybe I'm gonna fire up a little pasta. I think that's what I got. Use the bathroom again here. 5:53:29. I'm like a cam girl. So if I don't get more tips by 6 o'clock, I'm leaving. So I've got 6 minutes, almost. Oh, look at that. Vegan mess. You're a liar. You're a lying piece of shit. You just tried some fish. You're not vegan. Guys like my carrot show. Is that Portland Andy? No, actually I don't. I haven't been paying cam girls with credit cards. Although it is pretty funny, you throw $1 or $2 at them and they stick shit in their vaginas. Or spanking is more fun, is to watch them spank themselves. Say, well, for a couple of dollars, you're willing to slap your ass. Yeah. Dog hero. Vegan. I'll bet it is. Or it's who else might that be? Just for giving me shit, it's probably Cosset. You're welcome, fuckface. Anybody see that in Vegas? When it was the same night. No, it was the night after I took Andrew up in the helicopter. Cossett was giving me shit for not taking him. And I'm like, why would I want to pay for your $250 helicopter ride? You know? No. So he'd give me shit like all night long. He'd drive, and he's insisting on driving us around. I'm like, let me get a car, black car. Nobody drives. He insists on driving us around in this fucking Jeep. He's got a fucking Jeep. Fucking Jeep. And I'm like, take it out, let's go out in the desert. Oh, you don't take it off-road. Why do you have a fucking Jeep? You don't take it off-road. Okay, keep it pretty. And he's giving me shit all night long, basically, you know? And when he takes me back to the casino I was staying at, he's trying to drop me off in the back. And if you ever been to a Vegas casino, you can't get into the casino or the hotel from the back of these places. You know, it's like a complex. You got to walk about a mile just to get to an entrance door. And he's trying to fucking drop me off in the back of the thing. I'm like, dude, take 2 seconds, drive me around the fucking front and drop me at the lobby. He's all pissy. Oh, he said, I got an appointment in the morning. You're gonna, I won't get back to sleep. And I'm looking at him like, you fucking prima donna, you big fucking pussy. And I started giving a little shit. I'm like, just drive around and drop me at the fucking door. So he drives me around, and I was 3 sheets to the wind anyway. So was Andy. Cossett was not, you know. And I was thinking that was the night we went to the all-you-can-eat sushi place, you know. And he's being a bit of a fucking girl. And he was fucking smashed. So was I. I get out, say goodbye, you know, say goodbye to Andrew, shake his hand, and I go walking in, and he's got me on camera the whole time. He shows me walking in. He gets back in the Jeep with Cossett. Cossett's like this. He's looking around like, is he going to hear me? You know, and he goes, you're welcome, fuckface. Like, and it's on camera. I'm thinking, I saw this later. I'm like, hey, you fucking asshole. I'm the asshole? He's going, you know, make sure I'm not next to the car. I'm like, you're welcome, fuckface. What a prima donna. What a fucking girl. Yeah, I'm going to pay for your helicopter ride. One way. Take you out over to fucking Red Rocks and, oh, hey, you see that? Oh, goodbye. You piece of shit. Doors off, helicopter ride. You got to do it one time before you die. It was definitely an experience. And the fact is, they fly you, first they fly you over the city, not around the strip. They fly you over the city. Then they fly you out over the desert, clear out to Red Rocks. And they come around and they come back over Red Rocks, you know. So you're watching the terrain coming up and down, you know. And it gets pretty close when they go over this one ridge, you know. I mean, you spit in distance. And then they come back over town, which takes forever, going over Vegas. Then they get to the strip, and they turn, and they go around one side of the strip all the way down, and then back up the other side of the strip, and then all the way back out to the airport. And I thought we were going to get to see all the lights and shit, because I got it as late as I could, but it turns out they had booked somebody else after we got out. But the sun was kind of going down, so it wasn't lit up, but it was still, you know, the Vegas Strip you go around. It was pretty cool. Going out over the desert, I'm like, and I looked down at the floor, and I thought, there's a fucking snake in here. I see something, you know, doing this. There's a fucking snake. It was toilet paper. It came out from under the seat next to me, and it starts snaking out. Roll of toilet paper, you know, and I'm grabbing it, and I'm doing this, balling it up, and I finally tear it off. I got a handful of fucking toilet paper in this chopper, and I'm talking to the guy. I'm like, what? He says, well, you know, sometimes nature calls. And if you're out over the desert, you just fucking land and take a shit, you know. And while I'm holding it, you're going 90 miles an hour. And if you put your hand or arm out, you go, you know, it'll pull your fucking arm back. And the toilet paper takes off and goes right out the fucking door. So there's toilet paper coming down over Vegas. While we're approaching, what is, not the Staples Center, the stadium that's called something or other in Vegas. Just as we're approaching that, just before that, the toilet paper goes out. And you're not supposed to drop shit out of a helicopter. You can get a ticket, you know. But we're all laughing. I'm like, dude, fucking toilet paper coming out of the fucking seat. Yeah, that's on Andy's feed. I had a recording of it too, but it didn't turn out real great. They rent you a whatchamacallit, what's the camera type? You know, one of them fucking doohickeys. And then they give you the recording of it afterwards. So, and they had it on this fucking mount, which I couldn't really move around. You know, you move it and it goes, I didn't, it was pointing basically out the front between the two of them. So I had that recording, and then he was doing the same. He was doing his regular thing with his camera and shit, but he had a bad cable at the time, so the fucking feed kept dropping out, you know, right in the middle of it. It'd just go, be right back, shit. And mine did the same thing because I grabbed it, and I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, this thing turned itself off, and I pushed a button, and it turns out I had turned the motherfucker off for like half of the trip. Turn it back on, you know, I'm fiddling around with it just as we're coming back into land, so it comes back on. So there's actually a couple of clips of that on. Well, I took most of the videos. I took most of the videos down off of my YouTube thing here, right? GoPro. That's it. GoPro. They will give you a GoPro because I didn't take a camera up there with me, and I wasn't about to pull my phone out and have it go sunk out the door. You know? So yeah, but that's something you got to do. That's something you got to do when you go to Vegas. You got even one of the other chopper rides where they don't take the doors off. But you know, if it's warm, it was fairly warm, but when you get up to 1,000 feet, luckily I had a jacket. It gets a little brisk when you're up there flying and doors open, cold desert air coming in as the sun's going down. So anyway. Well, there's only 3 of you that stuck it out, and I'm now 6 hours in. I got to use the bathroom. I'm going to cook some pasta, turn the TV back on, waste my life watching that shit, trying to find something that isn't too brain dead, you know. And then we'll take it from there. So it's been fun. 6 hours. I've talked a lot about a lot of shit. Originally, I came on, like I said, for anybody that just came in, I got a call from somebody pretending, or maybe it was actually the Fremont Bank in California. And you get these calls where people are trying to, you know, scam you for your credit card number, your vitals, you know, whatever. But I didn't give the guy a chance. I started laying into him because Fremont Bank are the ones that handled the SBA money they gave to these Mexicans in San Francisco who stole my social security number and my company name, Luke and Limousine. Fremont Bank is the one that handled the money defrauding the SBA under my name. So I'm thinking, and the SBA ignored it. I'll go back over it again real quick. The SBA ignored it. 2 of my senators changed hands twice. The representatives changed hands twice in Central Ohio. One of them was J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. at the end of it all. The SBA attorneys who were supposedly looking into fraud, and I'm supposed to, it was $500,000 they defrauded the SBA in my fucking name. I should have got 50 grand. You're supposed to get a finder's fee when you turn these cunts in. Okay? If it's a substantial amount of money. I got nothing. They ignored me. They wouldn't even contact me again. It's because they know they're all in on the fraud. So was the bank, Fremont Bank. I knew who it was. It was a company of Mexicans in Redwood City, California, called Peninsula Catering. Look that one up. Call them. Say, Howard, do you remember Howard Lucan Limousine? You fucking assholes. So they steal $500,000 from us. And then I got the SBA coming after me for the couple of grand that I legitimately have fought with them for 2 years to get. Then I get this call out of the blue just now from someone pretending, either purporting to be from Fremont Bank, who I contacted, and I caught them red-handed, you know, putting my fucking name on this $500,000. And the guy is like, he's talking about fraud. When he got to the word fraud, I'm like, you fucking cocksuckers. I laid into him. I said, you motherfuckers. I said, you were the guys, and I gave him that whole story. I said, you're the motherfuckers that basically fucked me in the ass. And he starts laughing. He's like, well, maybe you deserve to get fucked in the ass. I'm thinking, this guy cannot be actually from a bank. I said, if he's a scammer, he sat there and listened to me because he kept trying to interrupt me. And I'm thinking, well, I couldn't record it. I wish I had. I'm on the phone, so I can't record it. I have no other way to record it. So, and there is a way to record the phone calls, but you got to hit a certain button and shit on this stupid phone. I forgot. I couldn't figure out how to do it. Because there's a way to do it, and with this new phone. So, and he hangs up on me. This fucking cunt hangs up on me. I call the number back. It's an 800 number. Where'd it go? Oh, here you are. I'll give it to you again. 800-359-2265. 800-359-2265. I call it back. Somebody answers. Fremont Bank. I'm thinking, well, you guys are pretty slick, If you're not, you're putting on the act. It's like, so you're scamming some old fuck that doesn't know any better. You're taking their money. Some idiot, some poor little old lady's going to give you their credit card number or their vital information. And I told him the story. I said, well, if you are, otherwise, go fuck yourself. And he's like, sir, you're on a recorded line. I go, oh, good. I said, well, in that case, why don't you call the FBI? Because I'm thinking about going out to California and putting a bullet in this fucking Mexican's head. So we'll see, if they're legitimate, yeah, they're going to blow the whistle because they're calling me, trying to get $500,000 out of me that I never got. If they're not, go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. This is the shit that happens, in my life. So anyway, yeah, I got to piss. Get her done. Got it. Yeah, call that fucking number. See what happens. Don't call it now. It's after hours, but banking hours. But tomorrow, just star 69 or whatever you got to do. You can do it on your phone. The new phones, you can block your number, or call them from some other payphone somewhere. 1-800-359-2265. There's two of you still here. So just to test it, when you're on Portland Andy's chat, tell me if I'm there. Drop a line, just see what happens, because maybe it's time to turn the tables on them. Just start bugging the shit out of them and make them cancel their fucking number, because they weren't Indian. They weren't from India. It was white guys. So, oh, yeah, I got to piss. Anyway, it's 6 hours. That's long enough. Later.